Yo, what is up everybody? How are y'all doing today? Today we're gonna be continuing the work that we left off last time. Hello. Hello everybody. Yeah, we are going to be continuing the work that we left off yesterday with VTube Studio, the new package that I'm making. Give me a second, let me adjust this volume. I really need to make like a software that plugs into OBS that lets me control this stuff automatically, because honestly, like, trying to fiddle with the YouTube volume slider, trying to get it to work properly or to the right level is so hit or miss sometimes. Hello Danny. But yeah, since last time I did do a little bit of work cleaning up some of the stuff that I did last time. Nothing really that crazy, but just, well, making sure that the package can be installed correctly, and making sure everything in the data folder is at least exposed. Here, let me change my screen so you guys can see all of that. Boop, and boop. Okay, there we go. But yeah, as you can see, not much has really changed. I haven't done anything outside of the data folder, so everything we're going to be doing today is stuff outside of the data folder. We no longer have to look at these Pydantic models, at least we don't have to focus on them that much, thank the Lord. But we can finally get started on some of the actual coding parts, which entails actually connecting this up to VTube Studio, and hopefully that means we...
Good job.
Thank you. Hopefully that means that this package should be finished relatively soon. I want to try and get it done today. That way I can go back to working on some other stuff during the week. Since when did he change his profile picture? Yeah, Friday. Jaggies and Shadows donated like 1,000 bits for me to change my profile picture. This was picked up by Lux, okay? I don't know where this is from. I don't know if this has any meaning to it, but if it's coming from these guys, from my mods, then there's probably some meaning behind it. Probably means I'm a femboy, but I'm not a femboy. Let's just get that clear. Were you not already at the coding part? No. I mean, kind of, but like nothing logical. It's just a bunch of like boxes of bits and shit, which isn't really coding. I would more or less say this is just like definitions of things. But yeah, let's get started with the actual coding part now. Hopefully, now that we have all of these data models in place, the AI agents inside of Cursor and whatnot, they should perform a lot better in terms of helping me construct this code. Now, if you remember the goals that we had set out at the very beginning, I wanted this to be kind of similar to the Twitch API Python package, where you can specifically set a listener for a particular event, and you don't have to necessarily define which events you want. You just pick the right function call, which is like event subscribe and then this function call, or listen to this function, not this function call, listen for this event. Like very explicit function names, so it's a lot easier to use and there isn't as much, I guess, bloat to the function signatures. Wash my face to lock in Limmy AFK for a sec. Oh my god. I can't believe we're continuing this. Be sure to correct any mistakes he makes in the code. Yes, please. Guys, this is not like Project J-Ison previously, where I was kind of restrictive with feature contributions. This is a project for the people, okay? This is not like my own personal thing. I want everybody to be able to use this and contribute to this. And so if you look at the code and if you want to add like documentation to it, if you want to make any corrections to my data models, if you want to help add any features to the code, all of this is up there. I'll even like post a link into the chat if you want to check it out. Because I actually am not gonna really announce that I've released this until we kind of get a stable version going, right? But this is the link to the actual project. You guys, I've already pushed the changes that has all the data models and stuff on here, but feel free to take a look at the code and get started with some of the stuff. Thank you, Carrie, for the follow.
Kareem LR22 is now following.
Were the goals 1, make a VTube Studio library, and 2, don't make mistakes? Yes. Number 2, don't make mistakes. I think we've already lost that goal, but hey, it is what it is. So yeah, anyways, we've already done the data part. Let's get started on the actual. God damn! How am I gonna structure this? Because I'll be honest, I'm still don't know really how most projects are structured. So I guess we can kind of wing it and we can fix it later. We just need to get some sort of proof of concept going for I guess there isn't really a need for a proof of concept, but like something scrappy to start off with, and then we can reorganize it later. Love your stream, so chill. Thank you, thank you. It doesn't always remain chill, but most of the times I try to keep it chill. So let's make a new file. Let's call this VTube Studio. No, should we call this VTube Studio.py? I mean, we could. Or could I call this interface? I don't know what exactly to call this. Again, we'll just rename it later when we need to. Never chill with me around. Never is. Oh yeah, I was pretty active on the server after stream. I did see that. I'll be honest, I don't really keep up with a lot of the stuff that goes on inside of the server. Because like, I have a lot of stuff I need to do off streams as well, right? Like working a full-time job or keeping up with my social life and doing other stuff. I usually just leave that up to my mods because they are also pretty active in the server most of the time. Okay, so I'm gonna first create a like stub class for this, and I'm gonna let the AI kind of complete the rest, right? So I'm gonna have this here. Let's give it a little bit of context, or let's see what the AI can pull out right now. So I'm going to prompt this AI with kind of the requirements that I'm trying to lay out. What we're trying to do this time is this VTube Studio class. This is going to be the main interface, or the main coding interface, and the connection manager to VTube Studio, right? What I want is for this to define a bunch of listener appenders or listener managers, right? So you can add a new function handler, you can remove a function handler, you can list the function handlers that you already have. And I want this syntax to be relatively easy, right? We will also have stuff for connecting and disconnecting, which is kind of obvious. But not only that, we also need like built-in authentication, either directly through a file, so like a file of tokens, or directly using just like tokens in memory or memory. Do you think if I watch every one of your streams, I'll learn coding or something? You'll learn something. Like, you might learn tips and tricks here and there, but I don't think you'll learn how to code from watching these streams, because you need to practice and ingrain some of the skills and language facts into your memories. in order to work with it all properly. All I know is tokens. Tokens, okay, tokens. I saw you talk about tokens with what, Blue Diamond on the server. Tokens isn't exactly only an OpenAI thing. The concept comes from before OpenAI, right? It's basically like just a chunk of text. I mean, this is kind of off topic, but it's basically like a chunk of text, right? If I have hello world, your different chunks might be L, O, and then like world, right? You might have 4 chunks like this. This isn't necessarily something particular to OpenAI. This is just anything for, I guess nowadays, like Gen AI or specifically LLMs, right? These are just the blocks that they generate one at a time in order to generate a whole sentence after, well, multiple iterations of it. Honestly, you learn coding by doing. Yes, exactly. You learn coding by doing, and then you learn what to do by watching more videos or streams or reading books, and then taking what you've read there and then trying to apply them, right? That's how you learn. Exposes you to it naturally over time. It does, yeah. But yeah, this is kind of what I want for the VTube Studio class. I need to supply the documentation once again for the bot, and I also need to tell it the specifics of this VTube Studio class. So I am making a VTube Studio library for Python. Here is the documentation. I have already prepared all of the data models for making and parsing messages from the WebSocket. However, I now need a class that handles all the messaging and connection logic. This should be within VTubeStudio.py in the class VTube Studio. Okay. Did you not say you were going to bed after stream though? Tis. I did. I woke up in the morning and I looked at that. He says a lot of things, but he doesn't do much. Yeah. Mostly revolving around sleep. Okay. This time I did go to sleep. I did go to sleep like pretty much immediately. I just woke up in the morning, then I read it. The VTube Studio class. Here are my specifications for the VTube Studio class. Should be similar to, let me pull up the Twitch API library, because that's my main reference. Twitch API. This is... I'll just give it this because it has the links to everything. Should be similar to the Twitch API library or the package. In this, we'll have specifically for how it handles event subscription. Where developers can as a function as a handler for specific events. I want to be able to add as many handlers as I want and also remove handlers. So use a list to store all handlers per event. What else? Whenever a event occurs, the message model should be passed to all handlers in the list. Okay, that's 1. 2, use only one WebSocket connection, one asynchronous WebSocket connection to connect to VTube Studio. 3, we need authentication should be allowed via directly supplying the authentication token or supplying a file path to the token. If using a file path and the file does not exist, get a token from VTube Studio. Initializing or instantiating the VTube Studio class should not connect to VTube Studio just yet. Create a separate start function that takes in a host, port, and auth token to connect and authenticate. What else? This seems about right. Yes. I think the very last thing we should say is use the Pydantic models supplied under the data directory. I think this is all the specifications that I want to give it right now. Let's see how it does. I'm honestly not sure how it's gonna do. There's a good chance we'll just have to
Make no mistakes.
Yeah. Oh, my bad. Make no mistakes. Make no mistakes. So important. But yeah. There's a good chance that this is gonna fuck up completely again, and I'm going to have to... Thank you. Oh my god, guys.
From
I'll get to it in a second. There's a good chance that whatever code it generates is gonna be kind of sloppy. If it's good enough, we'll just work with it, but if not, there's a good chance we might have to just implement it ourselves. And I don't think it should be too hard now that we got all the data models in there. But yeah, thank you, Jaggies, for the 100 bits again. Holy, in this economy? God damn. I'm actually bits rich now. Yeah, let's run this. Let's see how this goes. Let's hope that the model that it chooses in auto mode is fine. I really don't know if it's going to be fine though. I have no idea what model is using on the back end right now. I don't think it's Composer. It seems kind of slow to be Composer, but I don't know why I can't use the other models anymore. Like, I know there's limits in Cursor for using like the GPT or the Gemini models or whatever, but there wasn't one specified for Composer, which is why I'm confused why that is like restricted. You're his husband, and Jay Eisen is a child. Why am I the housewife? Why am I the housewife? For your illegitimate daughter.
From your illegitimate daughter.
Alright. This thing is cooking up a storm right now. This is going to be actually a massive code review, now that I think about it. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, yeah. We can chill for a bit. Oh, 500 lines. Okay, 500 lines to review is not that bad. What the fuck is it doing now? Oh my god, it's continuing. Fuck, okay. +7, -7. Okay, it's just doing a bunch of stuff now. Multiple plans, okay. He owes me a VTuber model? Yeah. Yeah, I will get your VTuber model at some point, just like, not anytime soon. I didn't know he drew? What do you mean you didn't know I drew? Look at me. I drew this model here, okay? My flesh and bones that you're seeing right here, I drew this. This is immaculate skills right here. People pay for this kind of art style, you know? Bro built a family instead of an AI to entertain us. The sacrifices you want me to make for what? For what? I mean, your model is very cute. Aww. I didn't intend it to be cute. I literally made it like... The video where I started exploring VTube Studio for the first time, I made this because I was waiting for VTube Studio or some shit to download. That was it. I had like 15 minutes to spare. I was like, oh fuck it, I'll draw a model and I'll rig it in live 2D cubism. It wasn't that long actually. Granted, I only have like 3 parts, but like if I wasn't wearing this Christmas hat, you would see I would have like 1 blade of hair, and it actually has physics as well. I'm so proud of the physics. I guess slowly over time, this model has continued developed as people like Fire Eagle has added onto it and more. Okay, let's see what we got. I'm gonna hit keep on all of this because it only touched the VTube Studio file. However, it did also touch this. What's going on here? Oh, yeah, okay. I forgot to add this here. This is needed. And in fact, I need to add you... no, I don't need to add you anywhere. You're part of the enum. So that's fine. For the VTube Studio side, I'm scared. What the fuck did it create? It didn't install anything new, which is fine. However, oh, what is this? What is this var type thing? I've never seen this in my life. And we have a logger. I'll need to modify this later as well. It's not Hoge. It isn't a Hoge. My 1 blade of grass a Hoge. Var type T. Bound base event. What the fuck is this? Type variable for event handlers. This is already a concerning. Oh my god. This is already concerning because what the fuck is this? Type, okay, let me ask it. Let me ask it. Add to chat. Where's add to chat? Add symbol to chat? No, add to chat. Okay. Ask. What is this? Jesus, guys, chill with the pipes. Checking if that type var is used in the file. Okay, we're getting some stuff. What is this for? Oh my god. What is this for? The type var is unused. It is likely for generic event handler typing, but isn't referenced. Oh, okay, I see. Oh my god, guys. So like, okay, here's a concept that you don't normally see inside of Python. there's this concept of templates, right? Inside of C, I don't think C has it, but inside of C++, at the very least, you have templates. So you might have a generic function in a typed language where it might be like, oh, you have int add like int a, int b, and this will return like a plus b, right? You might have something like this. However, this is a statically typed language, or within a statically typed language, and so you can't reuse this add function for something like concatenating strings or something like that, right? However, if you were to copy paste this for strings specifically, now all of a sudden we kind of have code duplication here, right? Where we have one function and another function that have exactly the same logic for different types. What a template allows us to do is allows us to kind of replace these types with a different type. So it's basically like a function, right? We'll now have a function that creates add, that takes in a type, and this will return a function that's kind of like, oh, my type add type A, type B, return A plus B, right? It might do something like this. It'll return a function, a new statically typed function that is created using the type that you supplied. It's basically a constructor for new functions that uses a different type, right? That's inside of statically typed languages such as C++, where this is implemented. Inside of Python, I don't know what the point of that would be, besides maybe for linting, but considering that this is kind of unused, I'm just going to delete this, but that's just like a fun little side tangent. Can you not just feed ChatGPT through an AI voice and make a style for ChatGPT? Why do you have to code and such for the VTuber? Ah, you see, my sweet summer child, you have so much to learn. That was the original version. There were many problems with the original version. Let's just say that. Many, many, many problems. Your husband. No, not my husband. My sweet summer child, okay? Now, what the fuck is this event model map for? A dictionary between event type to the type. Test event. Okay, I don't think it followed the instructions of trying to follow it, so it's similar to, what's it called? The Twitch API library, but we'll see. We'll see where this is used at. So naive, so pure, so sane. My sweet boyfriend? No. All right, initialization. Let's see, what do we have? We have the plugin name, we have the plugin developer, and the plugin icon. I mean, yeah, okay, that's fine, honestly. It's fine to place this here. We have all of that stuff here, yes. We're gonna take the WebSocket, which is an optional WebSocket client protocol. WebSocket client protocol. Why is this not just WebSocket client? Do we not have WebSocket client protocol? Is it really client protocol? Hold on a second. From WebSockets, import WebSocket client.
ALRIM gonna ask, what the hell are you making?
What do you mean? We're continuing the same thing from yesterday. We're now just continuing to actually put the code that allows us to use this as a library that we can use to interface with VTube Studio, as opposed to having to manage the WebSockets ourselves, because that is just crap. But this is does it really not exist? Hold on a second. Python WebSockets. Python WebSockets. Because I swear this is supposed to give back a client. WebSocket client. Or is it just client protocol? Oh, it's just client protocol. Okay, never mind. I am hallucinating myself. I am the LLM. Yeah, I am basically making it so I don't have to debug my fucking spaghetti code and raw Python dictionaries that I'm sending to VTube Studio, because it is such a pain. Okay, connection state. We are connected, authenticated, host port authentication token. Authentication token, fine. Okay, we'll keep that there. And we have pending requests. Pending request, this attaches a string to a future. Okay, wait, this is good. This is what I wanted to see. Oh, fuck, I put my hands in front of the camera. This is what I wanted to see. And request counter. This isn't really necessary, but sure, we can have that there. Event handlers. Event handlers store a list per event type. So we have the event type and then a list of callables that take in a based event and return a awaitable of none. Yes, that's fine. And this is a dictionary. Perfect. So far, it looks good. This is kind of like the architecture that I had in mind. The receive task and an optional async IO task. Yes. Okay, yes. Fighting for a limit? What universe is this? Oh my god, I finally have supporters. No more chat full of hate watchers. I finally have a supporter. Let's go. Okay, this is fine. When we start, async start, this will take in a host, which is localhost for now, and a port, which is 8001 for now. The authentication token is an optional...
We can't fight over him. Abyss Watchers already took his innocence.
Okay.
Didn't they limit?
Yeah, I've been fucked by the Abyss Watchers for 10 hours straight. I am sorry. Mi-yun, it's too late for you. Authentication token, this can either take a string or a path, and inside of here we decipher that. Honestly, yeah, that's fine. I would say I would want to kind of separate this out. I would want authentication token or authentication file. I'm gonna add this to the to-do. So edit or to-do for the VTS class. So for the start class, I would want, oh my god, the autocomplete is kind of annoying sometimes. For the start function, I would want separate auth token from auth file path. Yes, yes. And actually, auth from function file path. Start.
Could two femboys moving in together soon after getting together be considered U-hauling lesbians?
What? U-hauling lesbians? What kind of... Wait, is this actually a term? Is this actually a term? U-hauling lesbians? What the fuck? Oh my god, that's actually crazy. I'm gonna eat breakfast, but there's nothing but coconut water and Nutella Sai. Yes, it's actually a term. Oh my fucking god. Oh my, you hauling lesbians. That is a new one. That is a new one for sure. Moving too fast, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, that actually makes sense, to be honest. The term now. I'm trying to think what I want to do for the authentication logic, because ideally, if... Ideally, I want the start to... Wait, what do I want for the start? I want the start to run the receive task, but I want it to just keep running. Actually, no, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Actually, no, that's fine. That's fine. I'm schizo. Ignore me. Yes. So basically, we'll start it, and then it'll return control to the user. And when it returns from this function, I would want it to return with the authentication token that it's using. So return with the authentication token, right? Because either we authenticated with this token and it failed, and so it had to re-authenticate, or it was never authenticated in the first place, and so it had to re-authenticate, or it was successful and it just used that token. Whatever the case may be, I want to return back the new token in case the user wants to do something with that information, right? We're still going to manually write this back to the file, but that's okay. Also, I'm gonna have a option, make an option for disabling auth token file write back, right? So in case that it did need to refresh or get a new token, do we write this, do we write it to a file or do we not? I guess this can kind of be handled by whether we supply it or not, but I don't know. It kind of gets a little dicey. But yeah. Next up, what do we have inside of here? So self-host is equal to host and port is equal to ports. That is correct. If the authentication token is none, then we perform authentication using this token. Shouldn't we be connecting our host to the host first, a host and the port? We should be making a connection to the WebSocket first, before we even attempt connecting. And then token is equal to that. Otherwise, if instance is a string or a path, then what the fuck? Check if it's a path. This is already not correct, right? It's only supposed to enter here if it's a file path. However, we're also checking if it's a string, and a string can be a token. So that's already faulty. Yeah, okay. Logic is faulty. I'm gonna have to edit that myself.
Dana Nikki F is now following.
Thank you. Wait, what? Danny, you weren't following? Bruh. So I'm gonna have to rewrite this function a little bit, especially with how much that I want to redo for that already. I'm just gonna rewrite it myself. Yeah, Danny, dot. I can't believe you. Okay, now we connect to the WebSocket. We get the URI, and the logging. Sure, we'll ignore the logging information for now, but try WebSocket connect. Where's this connect coming from? Is connect coming from that? Is that really how we do it? I don't remember that being the case. Connect.
I said I am leaving but after your words, but I noticed that it is flower only chat.
It is flower only chat? Oh, follower only chat. I never said it's follower only. What is locking? What do you mean, what is locking? I never mentioned anything about locking. Let me zoom in for you guys. Okay. WebSocket async IO connection, and this is an implementation of a WebSocket connection. Connection provides APIs. Yes. This is receive. Wait, this is what I was looking for. No, it's just a connection. Oh, give me a second. WebSocket is meant to be. WebSocket is supposed to be a connection. Specifically this connection. You don't use it directly, you use client connection or server connection. Look, client connection. Look, client connection. This is what I wanted. Client connection. This is what I was looking for, not WebSocket connection. I was looking for client connection. Because this takes a receive and a send. Yes. But specifically, how do we create this? In WebSocket. Our message in WebSocket, client connection, a iter. I mean, I could just refer to my other code to see how to instantiate this again and save the connection. Oh, the ping interval, ping timeout, close timeout, max queue, write limit arguments have the same meaning as in connect. And connect here is from up here. Client.connect. So connect, yes, okay. Let me also add this to here. Oh my god, stop, please. I wish to, okay, can I change the shortcut for tab autocomplete? Can I change it to like control tab or something? Or alt tab? No, alt tab wouldn't work. Cause like, it's kind of getting in the way of me just fucking typing it in Python.
Hey Limit, can I have a mod role for only adding emojis in the Discord? I don't need any more power than that. Only emojis.
We have the emote creator role. I'll see about it. Yeah, we have the emote role. I just don't remember where that ranks in terms of positioning in the role hierarchy right now. Yes, this part needs a bit of a rewrite. This will load it up. Yeah. Connect the WebSockets. Save it, change the connection state, and then start the task and authenticate. And this part is wrong, I believe. They use a temporary WebSocket to do all of that. I would rather we didn't. Authenticate. Yeah. Okay. I am going to consolidate this with the previous as well.
Apparently it is follower only, and the emote role is above tech support and the bots.
Okay. Okay then. Above the bots. That should be fine then. That should be fine. I'll probably add you to it later. I sacrificed my hand for your Starbucks emote. Okay. I'll give you your emotes role later after the stream. Just remind me. Keeping this separate is... Actually, I'll keep it like that. But I will need to rewrite this. Rewrite with proper logic. We'll worry about that later. We'll skip this for now. But here we have authenticates, authentication. Okay, it checks if the auth token is true or not. If not, then we send back a value error, no authentication token available. Is this a value error? I don't know if it should be a value error. Let me say for authenticate function, should no token be a value error? I don't know. That's just a detail though. The request is an authentication request, taking in this request ID, generate request ID, and takes in data, which is authentication request data, takes in the plugin name, plugin developer, and authentication token, which is all correct. Yes, this is all correct. The response is equal to send request. So await self.send request. Sending in the request and the authentication response. Yeah, actually this makes sense. I'll need to check what send request does in a moment, but I'll assume this is right for now. We get back a response. This response should be a some sort of response. Yeah, because this is going to be a wrapper for things. This should be some sort of response, aka the authentication response. And if is instance error data, so that if the data is error data, then we have authentication failed and we can raise. Okay, I need to check the values. Check thrown exception types. So this correctly checks if there's a value error. Otherwise, if it is not authenticated, then we need to give back the reason and throw another error. Fine. Otherwise, we set authenticated is equal to true and we say we've correctly authenticated. That is fine. Now closing this, if we have the receive task, then we want to cancel the receive task and raise a, that's fine. With the WebSocket, we want to close the WebSocket, that's fine. Set connection to false, set authenticate to false, and we disconnect. Overall, I believe that should be fine. Receive task. No, there's something else we need to do. For the close function, we also need to resolve all awaiting futures, right? Because we still have this list of requests that are still pending for a response, like one-off requests, right? And we might not get it back when we close. So we want to also hit those with an error saying that they've closed and to resolve those futures. So we're no longer awaiting. That's fine. Okay. For the generate request ID, request counter plus 1. Request counter 1 plus a UUID. Why are we taking the 4? I guess why not? That's fine. That's honestly fine. This ensures that this is unique given that we do have, we are only using 8 digits of the UUID hex, which is honestly fine, right? This is a weird way to make a unique request ID, but it's fine. It's honestly fine. Okay, request, send request. This is the one that I need to check to make sure. We have an optional timeout. That's fine. The response type is, what is this? I've never seen this before. This got included by type. Wait, how does this work? Type base response. Let me ask this, because I have a feeling I know what it does, but I want to make sure. because this might fill one of the problems that I've been having, where sometimes when you supply an extended class to some sort of interface, they end up pruning it down to match the data structure that was supplied for it directly, right? But if this is just some sort of type that's based off of base response and it doesn't do the pruning, then this will solve a lot of my problems. But what does type base response do over just having base response? Let's see. What does this do for us? Yes, you guys are my rubber ducks. That should be your name. Honestly, I'll call y'all the ducks. I'll call y'all the rubber ducks. Maybe Jay Eisen will give you a different name, but I'm gonna call you guys the rubber ducks from now on. Unless if you want a better name. Checking how type base response is used in this context. The difference is base response means an instance of base response, yes, but type base response means the class itself or a subclass. Okay, wait, this actually solves a lot of stuff for me. On line 354, the code calls response type model validate the response data. This calls 358 response type.
Call me bad princess instead, as in that DS video.
Bro, I can't. I am not an ASMR streamer. Hold on. Model validate response data. Response type response data. 354 response type is gotten from up there, right? And then we validate against it using the response model, which should be a dictionary, right? Well, it should be a dictionary. I haven't actually checked the code yet. But then we can validate against that. This model validate is a class. So Oh, I'm stupid. No, this does not solve it for me. Because we're passing a type, right? We're not actually passing an instance of the base response. We're passing a type. And so this is... Okay, yeah, no, never mind. I understand it now. This does not solve it for me. Goodbye. But that's nice to see, at least. I guess that's how we can specify that. What's a type? So basically, like, inside of Python, you aren't going to see this because everything is like, you can put anything into a variable. If I have like a variable called x, I can put the value of 1 into it. I could put the value of hello into it. It can take in any value, right? A type would be specifically what x is at the moment. So if I put 1, its type is a number for existence, for an example. Or more traditionally, we would call this like an integer. Versus something like this, hello, we would call this a string type instead. You can create your own types, you can do a bunch of other stuff with types, right? But that's kind of like the basis of it. You can see that we're kind of using it around here and there to kind of hint towards the developer what this should be. For example, we have timeout here, and I put float. Float in this case is just a decimal number, right? This is its type, right? But yes, inside of send request, we are checking, are we connected? And do we have a WebSocket? If not, then we have a connection error. This is fine, right? For a request ID, request ID. Okay, yeah, if we don't already have a request ID, then we can auto-generate one. That's okay. And request is equal to request dot request. Oh, request ID is equal to request dot request ID. Sure. We create a new future and we add this to the pending requests. That's okay because we have started out. Wait a second. Oh, that would explain it. Okay, I understand why it did it the way it did now. I will explain in a moment, but let me just keep reading through this. So this is valid, let's say. Self WebSocket send. Wait, is that actually valid? Yes, this is valid. Okay, no, that's fine. That is fine. Request data is equal to async IO wait for, and then I'm going to assume that our listening loop, our receive loop, is going to be feeding back the actual dictionaries, right? The JSON response from the message that was sent back. And so that's going to be the response data, and we can parse that down into the actual model. Response.validate response data, validate a Pydantic model instance, and then returns back a base weight. So it validates and returns, or does it just validate? Returns the validated model instance. Oh, okay. So this does validation, and if it is validated, then it sends it back. Okay, that's cool. Why decide using Python, by the way, Limit? Because when it comes to AI stuff, there is a lot of support in terms of libraries, or I guess I should say, like, basically like pre-developed code kits for developers. There's a bunch of that already created for Python, right? What do you mean Limit can't read? I read that perfectly. If you went with a different language such as C or C++ or Rust or something like that, there isn't going to be as much support for a lot of AI development or AI research stuff as compared to Python, right? Because Python was initially developed for a lot of data science and research stuff. Also, Python is just really fast to develop and test stuff and make stuff. Limmy. Okay, I'm not gonna say Limmy, bro. So you're using a preset. I'm calling it a preset just to simplify the terminology a little bit, just to put in layman terms, but it's not like everybody does this, right? It's not actually a preset in that, oh, everything's already done for you, at least like most of the time, right? Even if it's like a preset, it's not going to be exactly what you want, and you may want to do things your own way, and so you'll develop it from the ground up or using sub presets. You can see where this starts to get really complicated, right? So using goober terms because I'm a dumbass? Yes. No, I just like that. I usually try and put things in as simple as terms as possible because I know that the majority of my chat doesn't program, right? The majority of my chat doesn't program. You're not like the only one that doesn't program around here. And then once this is finished, we can pop off the request and should be fine. Is there anything else we need to do? No. No, there shouldn't be anything else we need to do for this part. So honestly, here is fine. But let me get back to this point. The reason why it took out the authentication logic and did it before we actually started the receive loop or the receive task is because we need to be able to... What's it called? We need to be able to finish... Wait a second. Is this right? No. I mean, yes, but... Oh my god. Yes, but no, I would say. The reason why they did this receive task after doing all the authentication stuff is because maybe... I don't know how to put this into proper words, but we basically wanted to separate out this send request logic so we don't have to wait to create the receive loop in order to just get back the token. But I'm realizing that that doesn't really even matter. We can just start the receive task at the very beginning and then use the same logic to like pull the fucking stuff and whatever. Your indent of finally is wrong. I didn't even type that myself. That was the AI. No, it's correct. My fucking indentation's correct. So the send request logic is sending the token to the AI and vice versa. We're not working with an AI right now. We're working with VTube Studio. So basically, like, we're sending... And okay, the token is not like an OpenAI token. Or... Fuck, man, they've overloaded this term way too much. Token can either refer to the text that's being generated by the AI, or it can refer to like a password, an identifying password, right? What we're sending over is an identifying password to VTube Studio, so that way we can kind of log in and authenticate our plugin, right? This whole loop, it's trying to do this whole loop and finish all of this before it finally commits to creating the receive loop. Otherwise, we would never be able to receive back our responses, right? At least in its eyes. But in reality, we can just start the receive loop at the very beginning, or just work with the WebSocket directly in order to get our credentials sorted out before we continue on with the rest of the program. So... yeah. Send request. Honestly, this is fine. The logic for all of that is fine. But I think the logic for this is flawed for starting. Because starting is going to hit request authentication token. And inside of request authentication token, it's going to start a temporary. Oh, it's going to start a temporary WebSocket and then perform the request and receive. Okay, no, actually this is fine. This is perfectly fine. Yeah, that logic is perfectly fine. So I'm not really going to complain about that. I'm still going to rewrite parts of it, but I'm not going to complain about that. Why do you think he talks to his AI daughters? They're the only ones that can understand my schizo talk. Papa, Limit is talking to himself again. He's speaking to the text on the screen. Alright. Receive loop. Background task to receive and process messages from the WebSocket. Okay, so if we don't have a WebSocket, then we close. Otherwise, we try to async for... receive loop. Hold on a second. Receive loop, receive loop. This is the receive task? No, this is not right. This is not good. Okay. Actually, no, this is fine. Never mind. I didn't see this part. Async for message in self WebSocket. Oh, I didn't know this syntax exists for WebSockets at least. Okay, so this is going to automatically await for a next message. And when this next message comes in, we are going to take it and just process it like it's another instance from a list, right? This is just a generator. That's cool. Okay, try to handle the message. Yes. Otherwise, we throw an exception that it failed to handle this message. It's inside of a try except, so that's fine. It's going to continue the loop. If a bigger error happens, then we come out of the loop. We check if it's a connection closed. If so, then we do all of this. Honestly, we can move this to a finally. I think we should move this to a finally, actually. Should we? Exception, error in receive loop. If there is an error in the receive loop, then we should close this, honestly. We should close it and we should set all the connections and authenticated to false. Yes, okay. This is another to do. Inside of here, close the connection or close the BTS class, right? We just don't want to label it as not connected and not authenticated because the WebSocket still exists and a lot of checks check to see if this is none or not. So we should set this to none. And we also should signal that this has been closed properly. It's a generator. Yes, I know it's a generator. I didn't know that this could be used as a generator is what I'm saying. Which I guess I should have expected because I did see this inside of their documentation with a-iter, whatever. If we have a-iter, yeah. It's inside of their documentation, so I should have expected it. But before that, I didn't actually know it. This is a public package that I'm making, one that you will be able to download on PyPy. So the receive loop has that little bit of an issue, but that's honestly for the most part fine. Handle message, this is the big one. It can either be a string or bytes. I'm gonna say it can't be bytes. Can it be bytes? Hold on, can it be bytes? I don't think it can be. From receive, what does receive get? Receive the next message. Specifically, it raises connection closed. Okay, yeah. This returns a string or a byte string for a binary frame. Okay, never mind. It can return a string or a bytes, but it's probably never going to return bytes. However, inside of here, if the message is bytes,
Do
then
you
we
accept
will
me, Daddy?
code UTF-8.
Your house husband wife accepted me in as daughter.
Guys, I don't have enough money to feed all these mouths. Y'all are gonna have to fend for yourselves on the streets, okay? I'm putting y'all up for adoption and getting divorced. It is what it is. The economy's tough, okay? Learn life. Okay, here, JSON, load S, we're decoding the message. If this fails, then we have a failure here. Wait. No. We should really raise an error here. What? What? Why are we not raising an error here? Handle message. Raise error on JSON error. Or decode error. I don't know why we're not throwing an error and we're just returning like everything is all nice and happy. Handle message. Await handle message. Oh. Actually, no, I agree with it. In this instance, it's fine. Because handle message... handle message... No, I am throwing an exception. I'm throwing an exception. I'm going to handle the exception up here. Because that just makes more sense. If request ID in data... Yes, and timestamp is in data. Then we get the request ID. What is this timestamp? This was for either the event or the response. This comes from request response. Oh, it comes from both. Okay, whatever. So if both of these are there, this is a response. Yes? I think there's better ways of checking this. But okay, request ID is equal to that. Do we use that anywhere else? No, we don't. Okay, that's fine. If request ID is in the pending request, then we want to resolve this future. That's good. And we also want to remove it. Remove future from pending requests. Yes. And if the future is not done, then we set the results to that. And then we return? No, we want to also... The listeners should only happen with... No, that's fine. Okay, the listeners will only be made for events. They're not going to be made for request responses. Request responses are going to be done through their own functions. Yes, okay, that makes sense. If event name is inside of event data, then we want to handle event. Otherwise, we continue down and there's an error because it can only either be it can only either be a response to a request, or it is an event. Otherwise, we have this and we raise an error. Unknown message type. Yes. This is honestly fine, I'm not gonna lie. For the most part. I do need to make a little bit of edits there. But let's see handle events. Handle events is... Wait a second. No. Data. Handle message. Data. Oh yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Limit neglects us. I got better things to take care of than my children, okay? Like my code. My code is precious. It means more to me than my own children. Old ass lore drop, but I technically got adopted by J.E. Ison, and guess what? J.E. Ison is 6 feet under. I'm sorry to tell you, man. Your mom's gone. Handle event. Event data is a string to any dictionary, sure. Inside of here we have handle and event of incoming stuff. Yes, yes, yes. Check for name first. Check for name first. Right. Okay. Check for event name first. Then message type. If event data dot event name, or wait, event data. Where's event data coming from? Oh, event data is a dictionary. Event data dot get event name, or if it is a message type. Why message type? I thought their API said it wouldn't be a message type. We should be throwing an error if that's the case, because it shouldn't even get to that point. Where is it? Where is it? He's deleted. He killed her when he got drunk. No. Bro, this family tree is getting too confusing. Who the fuck is in my family? This is why I don't show up to family dinners, man. This shit's too confusing. You're my uncle. I've never seen you in my life, and I'm 20, bro. I'm 23. We get back a message type, but that's different. We get back a message type. Oh. We do get back a message type. Why the fuck do we get back a message? Oh. Oh. It should be message type, not event name. Event name should not be used here. Wait, did I do that correctly inside of here? Events. Please, please tell me I did this correctly. Message type. Message type, message type, message type. No! No! It's wrong! Oh, it's wrong. This is supposed... Oh my fuck. This API. You see what I mean? This API is like... Oh my god. Data type. We're looking for data type here. Why is it inconsistent? Why can't they both just be message type data? Why does it have to be different and say event name config? Like, oh my god, oh my god. Control F time, it is control F time. Event name. That's a request. That's, wait. Oh. It's there for some of them, but not all of them. Right? It was fine for this one. It wasn't fine for this one. I fucking love this game. Event. I mean, I guess it's not too bad. It could be worse. It could have been the request API. If it was the request API, I probably would have cried. But I can't believe we have to be back here looking at these damn events, these damn pydantic models. Debate of my existence. Okay, this isn't too bad. There we go. Alright, goodbye, Shadows. Limmy got a question. What is it? What is your question? When I get a PC, I have an idea for a game for my course, but what coding platform should I learn? I mean, if it's a course, wouldn't they tell you what to use to make the game? TAF course, but what? But yeah, normally they would tell you as part of the assignment requirements, so I can't really tell you. But if you want to learn to make games, I guess a first place you could go to start, I don't know, getting a feel for making games without having to code, you could use Scratch. Like, Scratch is a fucking classic. It's just drag and drop blocks to make your game, right? What do you mean no? Oh, never mind. But yeah, you go with Scratch. That's very, very beginner friendly, and like you don't actually need to know how to code, but it gets you into mindset of thinking how to code. Yeah, you grew up on Scratch, exactly. This is like the perfect beginner's guide to making games, Scratch. But once you want to level up a little bit, you can go towards an easier game engine such as Pygame, which is for Python. Or you can start picking up something like Unity, for example, right? Unity is probably what a lot of games are made in, either that or Unreal Engine, but I would say Unreal Engine is a lot harder, and especially if you don't have a good computer for it, I would not recommend you try doing Unreal Engine development. Code in C, brother, nobody's making a competent game in C unless they're a psychopath. Okay, the amount of shit you need to learn to make anything in C is just too much. RPG Maker is also good, but RPG Maker is very specific to a certain genre, right? Once again, making RPGs or whatever. But yeah, Pygame, I would suggest going with Pygame first, and then when you're comfortable, you can switch over to Unity, and you can probably main Unity for as long as you like, right? Oh, Godot as well. I forgot about Godot. Godot is another good one as well. 2D top-down because I already have some art and ideas. Okay, that sounds cool. Yeah, Godot, I've heard of that one. Yeah. Just basically, like, once you, like, want to start actually coding to make your games, just pick any framework and you can just go with that. You'll slowly learn it over time and you'll get better. Oh.
LMX_Blade is now following.
Thank you for the follow, LMX. Okay. Continuing with this code review. Why did I even remove that? I'm just doing a code review. You know what? Fuck it. I'll just leave that out for now. No, actually, I'm gonna make a comment about it. Inside a handle event, only message type and not event name. Sure, well, whenever I start learning that stuff, I'll force you to teach me. I refuse to give any one-on-one teaching lessons anymore. I've learned my lesson. I can't trust my mods, therefore I can't trust anybody else. Map new event to... Wait. Map event name to... event type enum. Okay, we convert this into a event type from our enum. That's fine. And then we map this onto there. If this is not there, this needs to have a default. Actually, by default, it's none, right? By default, it's none. Okay. If there's nothing there, then we have an error and we return out of this. Okay, that's fine. Wait, if we return out of this... Oh yeah, that's fine, actually. Return out of this. Otherwise, model validate once again. Model event class. Oh yeah, that's fine. We validate that. We dispatch it onto all of our listeners. And... do I need to gather? Can I just fire and forget? I could just fire and forget, but at the same time, like... Here, I'll just put a fire and forget potential. Fire and forget... handlers? Because I don't want to have this function sit here and wait necessarily for this to finish before we return back to handling the next packets, right? Because who knows, it might take a long time before the handlers that the user provides actually finishes, right? So ideally what we want is to just set these to actually run. We create these tasks, but we don't sit here and wait for them. We let these process asynchronously outside of our other asynchronous handler already. Thanks for the dev stream. You're welcome. You're welcome. Limit. The people have gotten too poor. I think we need to lower prices to $1. Not after the fiasco that happened at the beginning of stream, okay? After I got bombarded by 5 fucking pipes, I think you guys are plenty rich, okay? Don't come at me saying, oh god, we're too poor, we only have $1 million. Like, brother, please. Y'all have more than enough money to fucking harass me all stream if you wanted to. Oh my god. Be like, you see what I mean? Y'all still got money.
By the way, Limit, I found a GitHub repo named Netcord. Do you know anything about it? Forked by Alex.
I do not know, but if I had to guess, it would be a C# implementation of the Discord library. Let me actually check. How close am I on that guess? Netcord. Yeah, look at that. C# Discord bot library. Fucking guessed it. Okay. Because net would refer to .NET, which is the cross-platform I don't know what to call it, compatibility layer for C#, because C# was made for Windows. However, in order to get it to run on other platforms, like I don't know if Mac OS is supported, but Linux, you would need .NET to get it to work. Looks interesting. If you're making something in Unity and you want like Discord integration, then you would use something like that, I guess. Oh, our music stopped. Have we really been at this for that long? Oh my god, we've been here for an hour 30 and we haven't even like started editing this. What the fuck? I should learn C#. You should learn C#. Like, learning Unity, like, you can say all you want about their previous hiccups with the pricing model changes and all that stuff, but honestly, they're like an industry standard. You should learn them regardless. And a lot of old school people, when Windows servers were a big thing, like, they all know fucking C#. So it's gonna be big with the older developers as well. My dad especially, like, this guy fucking main C#. He doesn't know any other language. But, like, honestly, kudos to him. I could never do what he does. Yeah, I haven't even realized it's been that long. Yeah, honestly, like, you can get anything done in most programming languages, honestly. Well, in 99% of cases. In 99% of cases, you can get anything done with any programming language. Unless if you're doing embedded stuff, then like you don't really have to think about what programming language you're using, or high performance stuff, you don't really have to think about what language you're using. Learning to make your own neural network from scratch at the moment? Sick, bro. Like how from scratch are we talking? Are we using PyTorch, or are we implementing like the individual nodes themselves and backpropagation and everything? NumPy and math? Alright, let's go. Bro's gonna make his own GPU accelerators as well. Honestly, you might as well make your own GPU as well. Yeah, make your own GPU so you have your own infrastructure so you can fucking tune it to your own like specs. So overkill, but like, hey man, from scratch is from scratch. I hate math, lol, but NumPy does most of the heavy lifting for the math. I remember back in university when we had to make like a simple multi-layer perceptron from scratch, no PyTorch or anything, kind of like what you're doing. Oh my god, we couldn't even use NumPy. It was so fucked. Actually, could we use NumPy? We had to use some fuck-ass library that wasn't NumPy, but it was like kind of close. So the thing ran like absolute dog shit because it had to do all the calculations within like Python. But like at least it ran. It was like not even that big. It might have been like 10 nodes at most. I don't even know what we trained it for. Some sort of crappy classification model, but as long as it ran, we passed that. But the point is like having to implement that stuff from scratch is such a pain, especially if you have to do all of the math from scratch, because like the math is the most complicated part. You have whole fields dedicated to just backpropagation and stuff. What's NumPy? It is a library within Python that allows you to do a lot of very math-specific stuff, but using a much faster implementation, let's just say. So like a calculator. I mean, your code is a calculator. There's like a lot of nuance to it. I can't really describe to you the benefit of using NumPy over just coding things directly, unless if you actually have experience doing like data science, right? Not even just like coding in Python. I feel like most people who code in Python, just like casual
I
developers.
made an image of a limit rubber ducky. We can have as an emoji. 3 I'ma make more later.
Okay.
Took me forever cause my
What the
phone
fuck?
signal sucks here.
Thank you, Jaggies. But yeah, even for like casual Python developers, they won't have a use case for NumPy. It's mainly for high performance stuff and a lot of data science stuff, like making AI models. What is this on event function? What is this even for? Register an event type, and then a handler. This wasn't what I was thinking, because this isn't kind of like the same method that they're using for Twitch API. But honestly, now that I think about it, and I'm seeing how simple this API is, or this interface is, I'm honestly fine with it. This is fine. But yeah, for event type, if the event type is not in the handlers, then we will add it. Yes, okay. That just adds it on. And remove event handler for this event type, the handler, yes. This will pass the event type. Wait, if the event type is not in the handler, then it will raise an error, okay. If the handler is not in... Oh, if the handler is not in the event types list of handlers, then that throws an error, that's good. Otherwise, we remove it from the list.
I love how no
That's
one
good.
here is focused on what you're doing, except your boyfriend, of course.
I mean, that's just how it goes. Y'all never pay attention. That's just how it goes. I'm used to it by now. What is the subscribe event though? On event, why do we have subscribe event? Oh, subscribe event is different from on event. Subscribe event is actually telling VTube Studio that, hey, our application wants to receive back these events. Give us back these events. And so this is fine. Subscription request. I don't think it should be subscription request. I think this needs to be the configs instead. Accept config instead. Separate option for event name. Right? Because I don't want them to have to build the entire request themselves. I want this to seem as little like it's trying to interface over a WebSocket as possible, or make some sort of external HTTP request as possible. So that's going to be a change that we need to do. We have connected, sure, and we have authenticated, sure. Is there anything else that we want to communicate in terms of properties for this? Receive task, event handlers, request counter.
I'll send you a
No.
reminder later, but don't forget to give the emote role. I gotta go to a kid's friend b-day party, so I gotta hop off. Wish me
Alrighty.
luck PLZ for dealing with screaming kids.
I could never deal with fucking kids. Good luck, Jaggies. And Shadows, are you here? MacTig, are you here? Set a reminder. Hey mods, set a reminder for in 3 hours for me to give Jaggies her role. It's like fucking Alexa. Limit, how much does Twitch pay? Brother, you think I get ad revenue? The only money I get is a percentage of whatever you guys send, so I can't even give you an answer.
Fuck no.
Fuck no, what do you mean? Okay, fine, Shadows. Do it, because MacTig is incompetent. But yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, some months I don't even get paid because the payout would be too small for them to even justify them sending it over to my bank account. I honestly haven't. I don't remember the last time I received an email from Twitch saying that, like, oh yeah, we've sent money to your bank account. Shadows isn't here. Fuck. No. Oh my god, you know, I'll remember. I'll be the Alexa.
I am not letting others having power.
Okay, buddy. Okay, this guy's a tyrant. A tyrant in my server? I gotta knock you down a little. Limit, I set a reminder for you, don't worry. Thank you, thank you. You're more useful than MacTig, honestly. Sometimes I even mix up your names inside a chat, so like... Same person. Honestly, maybe you're the new MacTig. Twitch is silencing you. How dare they not send you the notification?
You can't do shit against my pipe army lol.
Your pipe army? Can't I edit? You know what I can do? I can inflate the prices of pipes once more. What will you do about it when the price of pipes is 1,000,000 points? What will you do about it? Okay, we finished doing the review. I'm not gonna ask the AI to implement this again for me because I have a feeling it's gonna screw it up, and my points that I want to fix are kind of specific. So
Do it, bitch, I dare you.
do it, bitch, I dare you. It will have perfect silence until the new year. Oh, it would be so good. Don't. It's my only form of entertainment. That shit sounds so primitive. No. Don't take away my pipes banging against the concrete floor. Actual caveman behavior. Okay, so from the very top, let's fix this up a little bit. This is not a WebSocket client protocol. This is a client connection. And the client connection is coming from WebSockets, from async.io, right? Async.io, async.io. WebSocket async.io client. Async.io client. And we replace you. Yes, yes. This should be good. We have exceptions. Okay, that's fine. Type var, we don't need you actually. The API stuff, we don't need these per se. And the message type. Oh, we don't even have the API endpoints for messages either.
I hold 160k points and have about 100k 200k in loans out lol, so I think I'm fine.
Okay, why are you telling me about your fucking IRL financial situation? This is completely unrelated. And even then, that's not even $1,000,000 out, okay? If 1 point was $1, you still don't have enough. In general, add functions for the requests / responses, because we're missing those. Okay, so inside of init, the initial init, that's all okay. Honestly, this architecture, all of this is fine. What we do need to change though is this. This needs to either take a auth file, and this is an optional path, which is none, or a auth token, which is an optional string. And we also need a setback. So if save auth token. Yeah, save auth token. Wow, it just read my mind. By default, this will be true.
I said points, idiot.
Oh, no, bro, you said 100,000 to 200,000 in loans, okay? My bad for not knowing that you fucking loaned out your
Can't we
points
just
to
add
other
pipes
people
to the
like it's real
bit-based
money.
sound alerts and spam from there?
Oh my god. That's too much power. I'm put it inside of points So that way I can't like, you guys can't abuse your power of IRL money and get absolutely blast me during stream. Save auth token to a file, or taking an auth token, and this will return back a string. Returns the auth token, authentication token string. Yes. So host is equal to host, port is equal to port. That's okay. The auth token, if the auth token is none and the auth file is none, wait a second. If the auth token is none and the auth file is none, this needs to be an or. Auth file is none or auth file.exists. Yes. Wait, this can either be a string or a path, honestly. That's why I separated this out. Union, string, or path. If is type. This needs to be reversed. The logic for this needs to be reversed. I need to first check if auth token, then we use that instead, right? If auth token, then we can continue, right? We can pass. Otherwise, elif if auth file dot exists. Wait, auth file and auth file. No. Okay, let me fix this up really quick. Auth file, auth file. Auth file if is instance. Auth file. If this is a string and not none, then I want auth file to be a path of auth file. Yes, just make sure that this is now a path and can be used as such. Otherwise, if it's none, then that's fine. So if auth token is none and auth file is none, or the auth file just doesn't exist, then we can get a new token by performing this authentication request on the host and port. Host and port, host and port. Is there anything else we need to add to this? No, right? And then we can get the token, save this there. Yes. And we know that this is a valid token because we just got this from the API. Otherwise, if the auth token is a string, if we just have the auth token as a string, validation error. Oh fuck, I forgot that this needs validation, no? Because this is the main interface now. What are you up to right now? I'm just making all the edits that I stated here that I wanted to make, and I'm actually applying them to the code that was generated by the AI. On the start, I feel like all of these extra methods need validation since they are going to be developer facing. However, at the same time, it's like, do I actually do that? That seems a bit excessive. If it is none and the file doesn't exist, if it is not a path, then that he started like yesterday, so I assume he's nowhere near done. I'm actually kind of close to done. I can finish this today because I still have like 2 more hours. It just depends how stupid and how stuck up I get on decision paralysis, really. You know what? This is fine. I'm not going to do any validation for now. It is going to be what it is. If the error gets thrown, then an error gets thrown, right? Because it's still going to check if the dot exists, thing even exists. Otherwise, if it doesn't exist, which it shouldn't, if it's not of a type of path, then it'll throw an error. And if it's not a string, then it won't turn into a path, so that's all fine. Well, you're really smart, so you can get this on easy. You know so little. You know so little of my lore. This is called limit cat code, not limit can code. Auth token, that is fine. Otherwise, if the instance is a string, then we will say auth token is equal to a, not the path, because this is wrong. Because check if it's a file path. No, we don't care about this. We want this to be request new token, use supplied token, right? We want to use the supplied token. We don't care about the token path stuff. However, this will be useful for elif is instance elif auth file and auth file exists, then we will have this. Token path is equal to that. That's already fine. Exists and is file specifically. Is file. Auth file is file. Then we load this up as so. The rest of this can be whatever. We'll make a distinct separation between them. I believe in the can coder. You forgot I am the leader of the cat coders. We have never been the can coders. Auth token is equal F VTube. I don't want this to be the... I don't want this to be the auth token just yet, right? Because this might have been overwritten by the user. So let's just say this is auth token. And same with this one. This one is just auth token. We're not going to set the class attribute of auth token just yet until we finally authenticated and have confirmed what it is, right? So this one, we are just reading the authentication token from the file. Otherwise, authentication token is fine. That can be passed, right? If that's being passed, then we can just skip it. Yes. And in fact, we can separate this out a little bit by having these as distinct if statements. So if auth file and auth is file, then we read into auth token. And so this will check if auth token is none or not. Yes? Yes. And so we can also get rid of this excess part of the if statement, which makes it a lot more elegant. So this handles provided auth file. This will combine the two. And this is specifically for get auth token if still no auth token. That's if the auth token is none. Otherwise, we will attempt to authenticate using the current auth token, and if it doesn't work, then we'll go through the authentication flow. And actually, no, we can reverse this once again. We can have the check for authentication token. So if auth token is not none, right? We'll attempt to use it. So attempt authentication using existing tokens or auth token, right? So if this is the case, then we will attempt to authenticate using self-authenticate is down here. And it authenticates after the fact. No, we don't want to do that. Self-connected, yeah. Okay, before we do any of this, we first need to establish a connection, and then start our retrieving message task. That way we can actually make use of the authentication protocols. So we have the host, we have the port, and we attempt a connection. So connect WebSocket and start receiving messages. Yes. Then we need to attempt to perform the connection. Failed to connect to VTube Studio, connection error, yeah. And inside of here will be the rest of this code. So we start receiving messages, then we perform the checks for here. We authenticate using self.authenticate. And I'm gonna rewrite this to make use of the token instead. Token is equal to auth token. I will get to this part in a second. To do check implem. If this goes well, try accept. And this will throw a value error as E. And this will say fail to authenticate using existing token. And I'm gonna print that. And we're going to say, not raise it, but we're going to logger.info getting a new token. Yes. That'll do that. We come down here. If auth token is truly still none, then and then we can hit, if this is successful, then we can say self.auth token. Oh my god, I can't type. Auth token is equal to auth token, and then we can return. I don't know if there's anything else we need to do because we've already authenticated. Otherwise, we need to continue on and continue processing. So get auth token, get new auth token. So here we need to request for a new token and then go through the process of using this token. Actually, after we do this, we also want to check if we should save or not. If save auth token and auth file. Auth file, auth file. Is instance auth is a path. Then we want to write out our auth file. Yes, that's okay. Then we can return with the auth file or auth token. Yes, perfect. There we go. Yes. Otherwise, we request for a new token, set the auth token to this token. I don't know why it's written like this. Set the auth token to that token. Then we can attempt the connection again. Right, attempt the connection again. We should consolidate this though. Rest of this does not need to be needed. Authentication here does not need to be needed. Yes, okay. Wait, is it possible to code on mobile, by the way? Yes, you can. I would not recommend it. Definitely not for game development either. Most of the time, you would connect your phone to your computer, and then you would do things that way. Because there's a lot of steps. I guess maybe not so much Python, but in traditional programming, there's a lot of steps that you don't have enough compute power on a phone to really do. Well, feasibly. And the tooling is also a lot weirder because they're a different operating system from what's normal. But Python should be doable. The phone's all I got, no way. With this token path. Should be that. If auth file and auth is file. Wait, why are we doing this? Hold on a second. We start it, and if this is it, then we read. Okay, that's fine. That reading is fine. Yes, yes. I feel like we can consolidate this in a much cleaner way. We first attempt this. If we fail, we exit out and attempt the exact same thing. I think authenticate. No, authenticate should take the auth file and save auth file options. We're gonna pass them along, just the same we did before. Yes, yes. And instead of having this code here, we'll add that code into the authenticate function. So we technically don't need these to be here. And I'll have authenticate return the auth token, so I can just return this here. Same over here, I'll have this return. And so we don't have to do that. Now we need to come over to this authenticate method here, and at the very bottom, we also need to write this out. And we'll handle that in just a second. We need to add this to the function here now. How do I do the indentation for multi-line? Yes, okay. Because I don't actually know the style guide that I chose for the AI. But this is fine, yes. Taking the auth token. This should be an optional string. So if not self auth token and not auth token, then we say no authentication token is available. Then actually if not auth token, then we take auth token from self auth token. Otherwise, if auth token is still non-existent, then we raise a value error. This should also be equal to none. We generate the authentication request. And actually, instead of doing the authentication request, no, this is fine. Actually, I want it to be handled here. I don't want to expose an authentication endpoint. That's okay. We generate a request ID with a request data with a plugin name, not the auth token. We're going to use our own auth token here and do that. If this is all good, then we send a request which has this request, and we will wait for the authentication response. We get back the authentication response. If there is an error, then that raises a value error, which is correct, and that will proceed to the next steps. If it is authenticated, then we still raise another value error. Otherwise, we say authentication is true, and then we attempt to save this authentication token. Yes, and yes. Auth file, write it out. That is all good. Yes. Okay, let me just check again that this function signature is a path and not string, and that's okay. All right. People were saying limit was German. I'm living in Germany, but I'm not actually Germany, or I'm not actually German. I'm Canadian. Also, what the fuck do you mean you got your Windows wipe, Danny? From living in Germany or Canada? Yes, Mum Limit is talking to himself again. JavaScript? I mean, okay, JavaScript. Don't ever use JavaScript unless you're doing it for web development. Or, yeah, web development, mainly. I would not use it for anything else, really. It's the language for RPG Maker and HTML5. Then that makes more sense, right?
How did you came to this conclusion? Also, I'm upset at you, bitch. At Miley1 limit sad.
What the fuck? How did you come to this conclusion? You mean my conclusion that JavaScript should not be used anywhere outside of web development? Because if you want a non-typed language that runs like software that isn't a web application, then use like Python or something. If you want a typed language, then use a typed language like Rust or C. Why the fuck are we using JavaScript? Oh, the Canada wiping my Windows? I don't know, I'm just reading the chat. I don't understand the context of it, I'll be honest. I like put my head down to grind out the code for like 5 minutes. I come up for error, I look at chat, and then the chat has just fucking shifted to something completely different. Oh right, I also need to return the auth token. Yes, yes, yes. Can I use this to create folders? Python open create folders if not exist. Because this is a problem. If you don't have the folder already created, then it throws an error. For this one, path make directory, parents equals true, exists okay equals true. Oh, okay. Yes, okay. We'll use this. And this will create it. This will create it over, where is it? In start. In start, if it is a file, or if it is not, then we will create this. Elif is instance, path, then we just do, yes, this. I guess I can put that here. There you go. That's all good. That'll make sure that a folder is created and we can read and write to that folder. I might want to do some additional logging here. Save authentication token there, yes. Successfully authenticated with VTube Studio. Authenticate. I'll put this below. And that should all be fine. Right? Authentication logic now works so long as the send request does work properly. Which we'll get to that in a moment because there is some stuff that I want to change about that. But this should be fine. Lim is a bad parent, Lim is a bad streamer and a bad coder. Honestly, no argument. You're so true. So true, bestie. We need to entertain yourself while you're being a schizo. Oh my god. Okay, where are we now? So, this should be fine now. Right? Boom, request new token, and then authenticate with new token. Authenticate with new token. That's all fine. If there's an error, then we have an error. And we need to potentially close. Self.close. I'll need to await that actually. Await self.close, and then that should be fine. Right? During await.self.close, we will check if our tasks are running. We will close that. Check if our WebSockets are running. We will close that. And for request ID and pending request items, if future is not done, then we throw it. Yes, okay, the I already knew that. We set that to none, and the auth token to none as well. And all of that, it should now be complete. Good. Now, request authentication token. Let's see the logic for this. Is there anything else that I added to it? Request authentication token. This just takes a host and port. Okay, that's fine. Host and port. We generate a URI. What did I put in my notes for this one? Logic is faulty. Disabling. Yes, yes, yes. This is all fine. This is also fine. Authenticate function. Rewrite with proper logic. Really? No, this is fine. Check throw exception types. That's a future me problem. This one is actually referring to rewrite with proper logic because apparently there's a problem here. Temporary WebSocket connects to the URI. Then we create an authentication. No, I don't want to do this connect thing. I want to use the existing WebSocket. So don't do this. we've already connected to the proper URI, right? Yes, we've already connected to the proper thing. We don't need a temporary WebSocket. Instead, we can create this request and send it off using self._WebSocket. Yes. And not even, we shouldn't be sending it like this. We'll be using send message. We'll be using send message to send this. And wait, what, is this not correct? Oh, this might not be right. Where is it? Send request. I need to use send request. Send request. And send request will take a base request, which is our request here. And we expect back a authentication token response. Once we get this back, we'll get the response from it. And from it, we will have to do some authentication stuff, which is already done for us down here. We check for some errors if that's good or not. And if it's good, then we set on the token to an authentication token and we can write that out. We'll just keep that in case there's like a keying error or something that we didn't detect. But this should be fine, I think. Actually, we're missing something. We are missing a check to see if the token actually got back to us or not. Because there's a possibility that there was an this was not authenticated, right? In the field authentication token, no. Authenticated, and this is going to be the reason. If, no, authenticated false. Where is it? Where is it? It could be an error, or it could be authentic. Okay, never mind. Never mind. This is fine then. Ignore what I said. He sent the link, but he said he won't publish unless he gets a proper beta. That refers to something else. You know what you guys should beta test though? This package, once I'm done with it soon. This seems to be okay. We don't need that try statement here. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, there we go. If I had a PC, I'd test it. Well, you need to still code with this if you want to make anything out of it. It's not like this is an application that you just plug and play. I think the start logic is fine now. The authentication token logic is fine. The authenticate logic should be fine. The close logic should be fine. Okay, generate request ID is also fine. Yes, that's also fine. Now, send request. Send request. Send request takes in a base request type response. What did we say for this? We didn't say anything for it. It might have been fine. We first check to see if we're connected and if we're authenticated. Actually, no, we don't need to worry about the authentication one, because if we're not authenticated, then it'll send back an error, right? Yeah, it would send back an error. So I'm honestly not worried about that. The request ID is auto-generated. That's good. What? Oh, yeah, that's fine. I don't know what we need this request ID for, though. Oh, okay, no, that makes sense. Future, we add the future, which is good. We send this off over the WebSocket. This is send request, so we should be doing that. And this future. We send it off. We wait for this future on a timeout. That is correct. We get back the dictionary. We validate against the model and we return it. Once that is all done, we finally pop out the request. This is perfect. I don't need to make any changes here. Receive loop. For the receive loop, we check if the WebSocket exists. If not, then we just exit out of this. Is that right? That is right. Okay, yeah, that is right. A sync for message inside of here, then we handle the message. Right, inside of here, we need to have finally instead. And we do await self.close instead of setting this logic here, right? Because in await self.close, we already do that. Yes. So this is okay. For connection closed, we close. That's all fine. Okay, that's all good. Receive loop is fine. And inside of here, what did I say for this? Handle message. Raise an error on JSON decode error. Right, we need to also handle this exception here. No, we don't. We already handled the exception there. But we do need to raise this error. Raise error. Actually, no, we don't. I'm going to say no to that, because this will just automatically propagate, and that'll make things easier for us. UTF-8, yes, if it's bytes, sure, why not? For the request ID in data and timestamp is inside of there, then this is indeed a response. And is it? We don't care about that check, actually. We don't care about the timestamp check. So get rid of that. In terms of the request ID, if we get it and it is inside of our pending requests, then we return on this future. So the pending request, we get the future, we set the data, and we mark as done, right? Future.setResult, and this will mark it as done. Mark the result as done and set its result. Yes. Okay, and that is done. Yes, and this returns back a dictionary, so that is okay. Had a family, not in my eyes. It's fucking expendable. And then we return out of this. That is okay. Yes, that's okay. If it has event name in data, that is not correct. Instead, if it has... No. If it gets to this point, then we want to try and handle the events. If the message type... If the... So I don't want to parse out the dictionary beyond the surface level. Because I was gonna say, if the... Actually, no, it's not. If... request ID, message type. Message type. What I was gonna say is, I don't want to, like, have to nest gets in order to check what is inside of the payload of this message in order to check whether or not if it's an event. But what I can do is I can get the message type from the message type here, get message type, and then I can check if the message type is equal to something inside of the message types. So message type.event? No. If this is inside of... If this is in event type, then it would be good, right? Because that is what is happening inside of the events API, I believe. We have message type being that particular event. Yes. Okay. So if it is inside of there, message type and message type is inside of there. Yes. Then we can send that data off to the handle event and return. Otherwise, it's not something we actually know, and so we need to throw back an error. Wait, Limit, can I add you on Discord, by the way? I mean, if you want, sure. I tend to be more receptive to people inside of DMs as opposed to inside the server. The server is for the people. I am not for the people. No, but like I just don't have enough time to keep up with all the conversations inside of the server. Private DMs is much easier for me, in my opinion. This one, we take the event data, we parse it out. We're only looking for message type. If this is a problem, then we say the problem. Event type is equal to that. If there's an error, then we have to raise an error. To raise the error. Let that self-propagate. More one-on-one. Oh my god, this is a mistake. My DMs are closed. Quit sliding. A fucking course. You just for me, not those filthy people. Yeah, you got Danny right here. I'm sure Danny is willing to fully accept you. Danny trying to steal your guy. Now we're already married. What the fuck? I am not joining this throuple. Event model class. We are mapping the event type to the actual model class, which is why that exists there. That makes sense. I am actually gonna add this to the data because it makes more sense for that to be there. Event model map. So inside of events, I'm gonna add that there. Event model map. Type. Add the event model map. All the way over here. And where the fuck did my event type? My event type is down here. I should add this on top, event types. Yeah, so we have the enum of events there. And I'm gonna put this all the way at the bottom actually, because it needs everything. Helper mapping. Helper mapping. It already has a comment, whatever. And so from there, I need to import it from events, event model map. Yes. So we can have that now. Put that up there. And that should be in use properly now. So inside of send event. Yes, okay, that's good. So if not model class, then there was no model class for that event type, and we should raise an exception. Honestly, I'm gonna make this a key error because it really shouldn't be a problem. If it is a problem, then fuck, bro, the developer's got a problem. But event, we validate, get the new event, and we dispatch against all of them. If handlers... This does an async IO gather. But instead, I'm just going to create tasks for each of these. Yeah. What we're going to do is for handler in handlers, we're going to do not await handlers, but async io.create task handler with the event. And we're not going to wait for these. We're just going to fire and forget. Yes. Yes. We're going to fire and forget. If we do get back an error, then it will report it, but that's not a problem. It shouldn't take down any other tasks because, yeah, it shouldn't take down any other tasks, I believe. Right? Let me ask. Let me check. Let me ask GPT actually. Chat GPT. I have multiple async IO tasks. If one throws an error, will the others keep running? It depends how you run them. One task failing does not automatically stop other tasks unless you're using an API that cancels them. So I have these two. Task 1 raises an exception, task 2 will keep running. If you never await the failed task, you'll get... Wait. Task exception was never retrieved. Default behavior. Turn exceptions. Retask, co-row routine, all other tasks. Okay, that makes sense. But gather, turn exception. Okay, I see. So if we do it this way, then if a handler has an error, we're not going to see the error that gets thrown. Yeah, we're not going to see the error that gets thrown. However, I want this to be fire and forget because I do not want our event handling loop to be blocked by user-defined handlers. So what we can do is we can create a new queue, a new, I guess, handler queue, and process each of those as we go. Yeah, okay, that's what we can do. So up top over here, we will have a event async event handling. Right, we'll have async event handling, so we'll need a event handling task, or not an event handling task, the handler task, handler processing task. Yes, and we're also going to need a handler processing queue, which it has already defined for us. We do not need a lock, but this is all we need. And underneath all of this, inside of, I suppose, below the receive loop and below the handle event, actually no, below the receive loop, we'll create a async define handler processing loop. Yes, we'll autocomplete all of that, but this is not actually what I want to do. I want to collect all of the handlers from here, and I want to process all of them in batches. And so if over here we'll have if the self-handling process queue self dot handling process queue dot empty, or if it's not empty, then I'll have a list over here, say handlers to process is equal to a list. Handlers to process is a list, and we'll append to it the next guy. And then once that is done, we'll do a gather. Gather or async IO. Gather all of this with return exceptions true. Events. No, this is already complete. We'll just have handlers to process. Handlers to process. This is a list of coroutines. Which needs to be added to typing. This is unwaitable? Oh, awaitable. Yes. Okay, let's use that instead. Awaitable. Awaitable, 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 awaitable. Handle events. Awaitable. It locks tasks or something? What does a lock do? Yes. Okay, so basically think of it like this. You have two people that share a thing, right? Let's say you have two people, they share the washroom. They don't know each other. You're living in like a communal kind of apartment with a shared washroom. You're not going to leave the fucking washroom unlocked while you're using it and have the other person come in, right? There's going to be a conflict there. So what the lock does, when you enter the washroom, you're basically saying, I'm using the washroom now, and you use the lock, or you take the lock, let's say. Now the other person will come along, they'll try to use the washroom, but they can't come in because, well, there's a lock, right? This basically ensures that only one thing at a time can access something specific. And this is important when you would have something like a program running across multiple cores on your, or multiple threads on your system, right? That's not necessarily a problem for Python and with asynchronous because everything only runs in one thread. So you don't actually need to worry about that here. Are you explaining mutexes? I'm explaining locks and mutexes, yes. Specifically locks. So this is fine. We need something to add to the queue. Return exceptions. How do we use this return exceptions? With return exceptions, we get results from there. Results is equal to here. They really shouldn't be returning anything, but if, wait, no, that was correct. Please continue. Control K. Oh, fuck, man. For results in results, if results or if is instance, result is an exception, then we'll log it out. Logger.error this exception. What the fuck is happening here? Future list of future list base exceptions, blah 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 blah. Yes. Why the fuck is it like this? Does it always? No, it doesn't always look like this. Why is this happening? what we need. Is there anything else we need from this? Self.close if it receives an error there. I think that's okay. Actually, no. We'll do this. Because this is going to be a little bit different. If this is an async IO cancelled, except async IO cancelled error, then we just pass. Yes. Because I don't want it to call self.close if it was already called to close by the close function itself. And same thing goes for this one. I don't know what problems we would have here, but we might as well put everything into a try except block. Try except. We'll break. Otherwise, this exception, we're not going to close. We're going to continue. Or we'll try to continue at least. And we also need to add inside of our close the shutdown of this task as well. So yes, exact same thing. Sure, why not? Canceling is legit, yeah. Cancellation tokens, oh my god. I get excited for people doing task parallelism, right? Oh my god, I'm doing something right, for the thank the love of god. This handle message, handler processing. This should be fine now. Handle message should also be fine, and also handler event. Handler event, we need to modify this, so we have self dot handler processing queue. We need to put in the handler event, and this will get processed asynchronously in batches. Perfect. Do I need to await this? I need to await this. This part, we know how long this is going to take. It's not going to take as long, like it's pretty much instant, versus the handler, this is user defined, so we actually won't know how long this takes, which is why we're sending this off to a different task to be handled differently. You know, it's just lots of people screw around a lot with parallelism and paint themselves into a corner. Trust me. Oh my god, the amount of times I had to build like this similar kind of architecture for job processing and whatever, I think I've learned from my mistakes after like 7 or so implementations. What is parallelism? 2 people working on a task at the same time to get it done 2 times faster, let's just say. Or that's in the case of multi-threading, or I guess in Python's case, multi-processing. But basically think of it as multiple people working on the same thing at the same time, right? Or attempting to, at least. Left hand doing circles. Yes, left hand doing circles. I think this is going to be fine for now. We'll test it out later. On event, this API is fine for the most part. Handle event. Fire and forget handlers. This is all fine. Subscribe event. On event. Okay, on events, I don't have any notes for this, so this should be okay. This should be okay, right? If event type is not in the event types, then we add a new event type and add it in. Yes. man, okay, just make this a different point. Input validation. We don't have input validation for these functions, but we should because they're on the developer side, right? Not internal. I mean, at what point are we doing too much? I don't know. But yeah, if the event type doesn't already exist, we create a new list, and then we append onto, this should be a list, I think, just in case. And then for these event handlers, we'll append the new handler, and that is registered. For remove, this is also fine from the logic that I see here. And then subscribe events, okay. Subscribe events, this needs to be the configuration. So the event type, this is going to be the event type, and the event config, this is going to be a base event config. Do we have a base event config actually? I don't think we do. Fuck, we don't have a base event config. Oh no. Oh my god, my leg. Give me a second. Okay. Give me a second. I need to stretch out before I prepare for this, because this is so not right. This is so not gonna work out. At least for if we want to do linting and stuff like that properly. Because event config, the base of this would be something like a base config. However, every single one of these events have a unique config that has no overlap with any of the other ones. So in order to make this, or in order to achieve the goal that I was looking for with this project, I need to make a subscribe or an event sub function for every single event, and also still need to make the ones for all the requests because the AI didn't make that. But specifically the subscribe event one, we can't use a generic, otherwise we aren't going to be able to pass the specific configuration type that we want to Python and have the linter correctly pick that up, which is annoying. That's an annoying quirk. I'm gonna move these all the way up to the top because we need to extend this file by a fuck ton now. Properties. You can go here, sure, why not? I don't know the best practice for where to put properties, but up there seems fine. Okay, subscribe events. This is not right. Let's make these functions. So async, we'll make at least one, and then we'll ask the AI to make ones for the rest of the events, and hopefully it should understand what to do. Because we already gave it an example, it's pretty much just copy paste from there on out. Except for a few edge cases where we do need to actually make the proper construction. And I don't know, should we also expose the data models inside of here? So if I say async define model event sub model load, should I do something like this where we take in the model ID and then build our data model? If you don't remember the data model for it, it's right here, right? This is the data model. where we take in the model ID and then construct the config for them? Or should we directly say, hey, give us the config, it's going to be this? I think it makes more oh my god. Professor Leo, thank you for the
Professor
raid.
Leo raided
Welcome,
my stream
welcome,
with 4
raiders.
viewers.
Welcome, welcome. We are making a Python package for VTube Studio because all the other ones I do not like using. Yeah, that was kind of loud. But yeah, as I was saying, should I make it so the config, they pass a config, they build a config, and they pass the config themselves? Or should I make them pass the individual parameters and we construct it for them? Yes, welcome Leo and Co. I am thinking that we should... It saves me a lot of development effort if I just specify create the config here, right? Make development easier. They already have access to all the data models anyways, but it's not particularly clear that they should be using these. But then again, the linter would specify that the config is specifically of this type. I think I'm just going to go with the config route, because if I have to restate all of these type checks down inside of the type hints, then we're also going to lose all of the validation efforts that was put into this, right? We would like this to be properly validated, and so the best practice would be to have them construct the config themselves, and the config themselves is like, if I were to import this, for example, import, yes, if I were to use you, then you can already see that, well, why the fuck is it not here? Oh my god, don't tell me the linter doesn't fucking work! No, this should be here, like... Oh. That's the one thing I hate about Python. Lazy type evaluation, man. I was literally complaining about this earlier on stream as well. Like, the one thing I hate about Python is the fact that types aren't enforced. Like, it is useful in some cases, but a lot of the cases when you want to build out actual products, it's just annoying. Like, this is not going to tell me the contents that is supposed to go in here, and I don't know why, because it should be. Right? I'm literally specifying it here, I'm exporting all of it, and inside of init, I'm exporting all. So it should be there, but like... maybe my linter is just being bad, because it was saying it earlier. For now, I'm going to be lazy, and I'm going to say... yeah, I'm gonna ignore you for now. And here, I'm also gonna be lazy, and I'm just gonna change these to stars. Because honestly, they're needed anyways. Same with events. Oh. Same with events here. There we go. Duck typing is cool, but there's a time and place for it. I mean, to be fair, Python was originally just meant for like data research and whatever. Actually, no, that's a lie. Yeah, honestly, like, fuck, man. We should have just stuck to typed languages. Like, this is so convenient when it comes to research and prototyping. But when you actually need to make an app out of it, is probably not the way we should be going. Oh, but it is what it is. Anyways, we do this and we get back an event subscription response. The event subscription response, I was gonna say I don't really care about it. but we should probably care about returning the actual response to it. What should we return? The data of the response or just the entire response model itself? Let me check what we should do. For events, we aren't going to get anything back for that. But for requests, we will get back the entire response, which has API, timestamp, all of that kind of good stuff. Honestly, yeah, let's do it. Because it also returns back the timestamp, which might be useful, as well as where these events are kind of coming from. So yeah, I'm gonna return the entire response, and the user can make use of that as they will. Besides, it's not like it's a complicated data structure or anything, and they have access to the models. Hopefully the linter's fine. There's no excuse for lazy type evaluation and weak type systems anymore. I mean, it is just by nature of the programming language, right? Request ID, generate, event name, model loaded. Is this not already set? I swear this is set to a default. Yes, this is already set to a default. I don't need this. And the config can equal the config. Yes. If that is not correct, then it'll throw an error because Pydantic has its inbuilt validation, right? So this is already the validation that we have here, which is good. Then we can subscribe event. Like so. No, I'm actually going to get rid of the subscribe event. Fuck, man. Why can't I? I'm going to get rid of the subscribe event signature here. Right? We aren't going to be using that. Instead, we are going to be directly sending a message. So self send message using the request, and we're going to be awaiting the response here, and we're just going to return this response. So return. This is literally what every single one of these functions is going to look like. So I am going to add this to the chat and tell my chat agent or whatever to generate the rest of these for me. Add to chat, new chat, generate the rest of the event sub functions in the same way this is implemented. I'm just gonna say that. Hopefully it pulls all the correct context. We do have like proper descriptions for it and everything. It'll read all of that stuff. It'll generate all of them. This is fine. This is the correct request, right? Event subscription request, get the event subscription response. That's all okay. Okay, yeah, that's good. Let that go. Horrible suggestions are the best kind of suggestions. All right, yeah, let me hear it. Let me hear it. It involves a flamethrower and a free barbecue for all components. Oh, I see. You know, we have this other person. I don't know if you met them before. Jaggies or Jags. We came up with a new programming language called Jagsython, which is typed Python. So honestly, as much as a meme as it was, it might be the go. It might be the move. All right, it generated them. I'm gonna keep all changes and see what it's generated. Boom, move you down because that's where you're supposed to be. If you take my suggestion, I'll lose all faith in you. Typed Python sounds amazing. It is. It would sound amazing. Just make it so everything can still be nullable, and I'll be happy. Isn't D just typed Python? I have never heard of D in my life. I'll be honest. Next stream idea is making your own language. Guys, I need to finish JAI Sin, guys. I know it looks like I'm doing a side quest right now, but this is all in the name of JAI Sin still. And with like braces. But you see, I don't want braces. I mean, there are times when I do like using braces, but there are times when I don't like using braces because it is just a hassle to manage like opening and closing braces, right? I like the tabbed nature of Python, although sometimes you can have like errors in your spacing, which can be like impossible to debug. So what is the problem? Make new language and transfer JDIs in there. Yeah, and then we were here for another half a year of no JAI sin. Yep, I totally, guys. Oh, oh, wait, is this right? Oh, that's correct. Yes! Okay. That is correct, right? Each one has a request and they don't have a response. They all use the same generic response. Okay, I didn't fuck up. I didn't fuck up. Let's go. Let's go. I could even make this shorter by nesting this request construction into here, but fuck it, we've already gone this far. That's true. If I can't write my script in one massive line, then I don't want it. That is true. That is true. There is no... Actually, I'm pretty sure you can, no? Let me think. I think you might be able to write one-liners inside of Python. I think you might be able to. It's just a lot more tedious. This makes Ruby superior to Python by default? Okay, buddy. Okay. List me all your Ruby packages right now. All your Ruby libraries. That's right. That's what I thought. Tracking status, change request, request ID, all of this. I'll leave all of this as is for now. Actually, I don't even need to change any of these. Even the exceptions that we have here, like post-processing, I believe, we don't need to worry about that because construction of the config is on the user's side. I mean, we would like to provide functions in the future to help them in constructing these, but we don't actually need to worry about that right now. Or at least we need to validate it on this side eventually. But we don't need to worry about that right now because I didn't even put proper validation for my data models just yet. So all of that's going to come in the future. Right now, we're just laying out the framework, right? And those like more complicated events and requests, they're kind of the exception. It's not like many people really use them anyways. Okay, so we have all of the event sub stuff. Now let's also get the requests. So define request. What requests do we have? We can request authentication. Okay, wait, let me go to request. Let me see what's the very first one we have so we can use that as an example. Permissions? I mean, sure. I thought this was the exception though, but we can't do that. Request permission. Self permission data. And this gets back a permission response. Perfect. We create a root permission request using the request ID and the data inside of it. Is that correct? Permission, data, permission request. Yes. And we await, we send the request, and we get back the permission response. Okay, this is fine. I'm gonna add this to the chat, and I'm gonna tell it. Please. Oh my god, what's the shortcut for me to add this to the chat? Add to chat. add to chat is Control L. Okay, Control L. Now do the same for requests.py or for all requests. It's gonna look through requests, add all of them. There's gonna be 38 new things. That should be all good. Control Shift P, add to chat. Okay. Well, I'm gonna use Control L because that's what it showed. You write C++ because you hate your life? C++ is crutch, okay? How about you write some C? How about you write some assembly, yeah? How about you write the bits directly into the file, yeah? Like, honestly, the keyboard is so overrated. We don't need all of these keys. We just need 2 keys, 1 and 0. That is the true superior coding language. And everything can be done through it, you know? All these fancy extra keys, like, come on. What are we? We're minimalists around here. All that extra shit is just crutch. Not a lot of assembly, but just the necessary parts. Ooh, okay, it seems to be done. I'm gonna keep
How about
all
you
of it.
scratch your code on the HDD directly with Needle? Ode at least Vibe Jaggies mod 1.5 hour already passed.
Wait, oh, at least Vibe Jaggies mod? What the fuck you mean Vibe Jaggies mod? Yeah, who needs a monitor anyway? I redid it directly from memory. Guys, I wipe my eyeballs across my hard drive in order to read the data. Sorry, I'm sleepy. I give Jaggies mod. Oh, give Jaggies mod. Can you guys remind me after the stream? And it hasn't even been like 3 hours yet. I said 3 hours, guys. I said 3 hours. I know the stream has been going for 3 hours, but it hasn't been 3 hours yet. This is just like the halfway reminder, you know? Thank you for that. Data is equal to data, just authentication request, blah, 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 blah. We're waiting for authentication response. Yes, okay, keep going. This is probably going to be right for all of them, so I'm not going to read them. It should be fine. It should be fine. And then what else? What else? What else did I say? In general, add functions for all of those. Subscribe event. Yes. Okay. All of this is done. Was there anything else that I needed? Built-in authentication, connecting, disconnecting, define, close a bunch of listener managers, main coding interface, and a connection manager to VTube Studio. All of this is complete. We have completed everything, so I think it's time. Let me just clean this up a little bit, and I'll give it a try to make a test kind of application with what we have here and see how much faster it is to actually make an application. Just to give you some context, if you guys open the point rewards and you see the toggle like cat limit or fucking femboy limit, all of those I coded using the API directly from VTube Studio, and that took me 5 hours to do by hand, debug, and get correct, right? This was also because I was also doing the Twitch API stuff by hand and not using a library. But for perspective, that took me 5 hours, right? With Twitch API, it's already way faster, but still a big chunk of time is spent on the VTube Studio integrations. Let's see how much faster this is. Kerberos authentication when? Yeah, when fucking when VTube Studio decides to go full security mode and implement that. Why do we need that? I don't know. Security. too weak. I use brain to create electromagnetic fields to catch and transfer data into the local network. No way. This guy's on another level. Yeah, what I was going to do is we specified these request. Request. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? We have too many fucking functions. We have request permission and request authentication and request token, right? We have those. So I am going to actually get them from... I'm going to make use of these inside of our authentication functions above. All the way up here with... within start. Is it within start? No, it's going to be within request token auth here. We do await self auth, then no request authenticate token with fuck, what the hell happened here? With this as our config. Data is equal to this. Let me just go back here and see if this is correct. It is not a keyword argument, so we don't actually need you. We just need this, and the rest of this can die. Now we get back the response, and this is proper, right? This is, if the data is an error data, then we throw the error. This is all correct. This makes things a lot neater here. Request authentication token. Okay, the rest of that can be done later on, because this is all we need for a, I guess, MVP right now, version 1.0. What I was gonna say was maybe I want to handle the errors directly inside of these functions and throw an exception if we do get error data, right? That would be the best case scenario, but even if we do get the response model back, we can still check to see if it is error data or not. Actually though, that's another hurdle I'll face another day. I will want to add inbuilt exception handling and raising of custom exceptions for this package in the future, but right now I'm just going to pass back the actual response that has the error data if there is a problem, and the user will have to be responsible for checking this for the time being, right? Version 1.0, we gotta start somewhere, because I don't exactly know how I want to handle the errors just yet. If I want a custom error for every single one of the possible errors, and if you didn't know, there are a lot of fucking different errors that could happen. Here's the enum for it, if I can find it. Yeah, here's the enum for it. A whole bunch of stuff, right? So we can either have a custom error for every single one of these, or we can just send back the error data that has the error code, and then the user can parse out the error code themselves. Is there no async error with a string that you can use? Yes, there is an async error that I can use, but like I don't want to use that one directly, right? Because this is meant to be a package that is used by other developers, like they download it into and use it inside of their Python projects. I would like this to be as descriptive as possible, and just using async error and passing like a string inside of it is not going to be useful for them in terms of understanding what the error actually is and processing it programmatically, right? If I pass a custom error for every single one of these, then they could like use a try except and accept catch the particular error, or I can just throw a generic exception that has the error code. Actually, I should do that. I'll throw a generic exception that has the error code inside of it, and then they can process that instead. Yes. Yes. Yes, I'll do that. Also, it doesn't need to be an async error. I just need to throw just an exception, right? Because these are already client facing. I don't need to throw the exception from a async IO task, for example. I can inherit it. Yes, I know. I was just debating the design choice of what I should go with. So inside of VTS, I am going to create error. New file, error.py. We're going to create a new class, call this a VTS. We'll call it request exception, request error. And this will inherit from exception, and this will just pass. Actually, no, I don't want this to just pass. Define init. We'll take in the message as before, and we'll use super init message, pass that on, right? But I also want to pass the error ID, right? The error ID will be the error code. So the error ID, which is the error code. Yes, and I need to import this. From there, import error code. Self.error_id is equal to error ID. And if I want to turn this into a string, then we will say the error ID. I don't want to just say this. We'll wrap this around parentheses and put inside of things here, self dot, no, not self, error code. Because I want to get the name of it, the field. I want to get the name of the field that this number is associated to, right? Hold on, let me ask ChatGPT. So I could make the argument of a completely flashed out exception in inheritance tree, but no one ever uses that, right? Yeah, nobody ever uses that. Don't overcomplicate exceptions. This is good enough. I have an enum. I have an enum in Python. How can I get the attribute name, not the value? Oh, is there just .name? Okay, that's cool. Self.error_id.name. There you go. There must be a name of statement of the enum in Python or something. Well, .name. You never know. But this is good. Everything else can just be inherited from up there. Oh, we also need the message. Wait, actually, I might as well do that. I don't know if this actually gets handled correctly, but this should be fine. Now from there, I can import it from VTube-py, get the request error, and we'll make some for the other ones later as well, but for now, this is all we need. Let me ask the AI for each of the request functions, add a check to see if there is error, if the data is of type error data, and if it is, throw a VTS request error. Let the AI do the thing. He streams for hours, that's how it be for a streamer. Bro, it's only been 3 hours. My typical streams are 3 hours, regardless if I'm coding or not. And you already know that coding streams typically go on for longer. Don't forget your represent function, because that will show up in debuggers. I've never actually used the represent function. So let me actually make an edit to that. Define represent error name. Yes. Yes, okay, I'll say that. Actually, yeah. We'll do it like this. This is fine. Although, I don't know what other things are inside of... I don't know what other information is inside of exception that would typically be passed back in the represent. I mean, I guess I could check, right? Base exception, represent. Just have a ... I don't know. I'll just leave it like that. What's base exception? Base exception is just like, okay, it's object-oriented programming. I don't know how to fucking explain it. Think of it as the origin of everything, and everything is building on top of that. Like, they're the original, everything else is a copy that's enhanced. Yes, that's what I'll say. Alright, did it do what I asked it to? Inside of request permission, we have response is equal to await send, wait, what? Oh yes, await send request permission. Yes, and then if it is an instance, then we will return that. Yes. A part of me feels like this is very... like, there's a lot of code duplication going here. But honestly, first iteration, it's fine. First iteration, it's fine. I'm gonna hit keep on all of them. I'm not gonna check all of these. I trust the AI is able to copy paste its own work. But that seems fine. There might be some other errors that I want to throw, like validation or something. I'm just looking through what else could require changes here. Like here we have value errors and stuff like that. But honestly, I think for version 1.0, this is good enough, right? This is good enough. Yes, this is going to be good enough. And so I am going to start, I'm going to make some examples now in order to test our application to see if it actually does work. And two, this is going to be an example for you guys to reference for when you want to implement your own thing. Once that is done, I'll push this up to the main repository so you guys can start playing around with it. Again, I'm not going to actually release this, like officially make a release of this until I confirm that, or until it is kind of in a stable state and we fixed a lot of the bugs, obvious bugs at least, after beta testing. And then after that, I'll make a proper announcement and release it to PyPy. Bro opened up with I'm drawing furries and watching coding at 4 AM. What the fuck? All right, we can leave the, actually no, I'll use the AI to make us an example script. But inside of here, let me just, what environment are we in right now? Why the fuck can I not see anything? Create. Kill that other one. There we go. UV pip install dot again, because I want to update my package of VTube-py. I'm gonna force reinstall, dash dash force reinstall. Yes, that should have rebuilt it from file code main. That is correct. Yes, and now inside of examples, we don't need you. We'll create a initial example. What is this most basic example? Basic usage.py. All right, inside of basic usage.py, let's create a new thing. Inside of the examples slash basic usage.py, I'm actually going to delete these. Create an example script that authenticates a test plugin with VTube Studio on port 8001 on the local host, and get the stats of the VTube Studio instance. Let's just run that. Doesn't need to be anything complicated. I'll make another one for event sub. Another example for event sub. If those two work out, then we're a-okay. Yeah. Okay, what do we have here? Checking for linting errors. No linter errors. Yeah. Do your thing. Keep. Alright, what did you create here? So, we run main, there's no extra functions. What is inside of main? We first create a VTube Studio client, which takes in test plugin, test developer, and we don't need the icon. We don't need the icon. Actually, for the icon, should I make it so you can pass a path and then we load in the bytes for them? Or should we just have them load the byte? Actually, no. For now, the icon is whatever. We'll have them pass the bytes for now, if it's the icon. But yeah, let's see the rest of this. It's going to connect to VTube Studio. It's going to authenticate after it starts. It gets back the token, which we're going to say save token as false, because we want to discard it. We don't actually want to write it somewhere. Auth token, yes, save token, false. That's fine. We generate a token, we print it out, sure. We request for statistics, using statistic data. Statistic data shouldn't have anything inside of it, if I'm correct, yes. We get back the stats response, and this one should be a try except. Except VTube Studio, yes, return, boom. We already have that there, that's okay. We don't need to do this check. Yeah. And then we can print out all of the stats, and we have connection error, VTube Studio by error, Since that's already been handled down there, we don't need to worry about that. Prints all of that out. Unexpected error. We clean up, and that's done. Okay. Let's see. Let's see if this works. Wait, so are you coding the rig right now? I've already had that coded for a while, but okay. I don't know how long you haven't been here for all that long, right? I've coded this part many times, or I've coded the actual rigging of the VTuber model and the automation of it like many times already, and I've done several VTube Studio plugins already, right? This is just to make things cleaner for development in the future, as well as for anybody else who wants to use this. I'm considering porting the FFmpeg build system to CMake myself for shits and giggles. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? But honestly, I'm not sure if I'll even want it. Are you even able to do it? Because the FFmpeg build system, I'm pretty sure is fucking hard. If you're building it from scratch, good fucking luck. If you're just like, I don't know if there's like an easy translation between FFmpeg's build system to CMake. I'll be honest. You can try it. All I know is just that it is notoriously hard. Or maybe I'm thinking of a different open source library or package. I might be thinking of a different one. Yeah, but like might have done similar stuff before, but it really depends, because some projects are much easier than others. Like FFmpeg is big. It is big with all the fucking different encoders or codecs that it has built into it. You know, it freaking sucks, and that's why I want to port it. You know what? Fair. You do you. I'm not going to tell you how to use your time. What I will do with my time is let's run this test script and let's see what we get. cd examples and python / basic usage. What the fuck? No module named VTube-python.data? Oh. Right. I forgot inside of my init, we need to import what? Oh, because I'm not adding this here. Import .data as data, and we need to pass data here. Same with import from VTS, import VTS, and this is going to be VTS here. And from error, import VTS request error, or import as error. I'm actually going to make a new subfolder here for, actually no, I'm going to put this inside of data. Does that make sense to put it under data? No. Let's just make a direct new folder called this error, and we'll put it under there. We'll have it init.py. Copy the contents of the other init.py. Actually, we don't even need that. From .errors. .error. Import. And then all. Yeah, we'll do something like this. Why is this wrong? Oh, from, okay, I'm dumb. From .import data. So we'll import that, import this, and from .import error as well. So import this, import error, import VTube Studio. And hopefully this should now work. CD back. Pip install, force reinstall everything. Go back into examples and Python. Up the basic usage. Okay, what the fuck is going on? What is going on? If I come over to my basic usage script, come all the way up here, control click this. This puts me here. This is my actual package. Why isn't this working? The codecs enablement are just pragmas that are or aren't injected. Cause like I don't know. Okay, I maybe just don't know enough about FFmpeg, but like I don't know what other kind of build conditions or like compile flags they have for particular codecs and how they interact with hardware, right? That's the only thing that I don't know. What the fuck is this doing though? Let me ask it. Okay. I'm trying. Let me ask it to debug actually. I'm trying to run the script, but from within the example directory. So trying to use the version I installed through pip install dot, and I'm getting import errors for VTube-python.data. Let me just say that. Because maybe, I don't know if I structured my package correctly, because this is the first time I'm making a package like this for Python. So I don't know if I set up things correctly in this part. I mean, I guess I could also check inside of my environment. To see if it's actually importing correctly. Yeah, we're not importing the data. I don't know what happened to data. Wait, this is old as well, no? This is error.py inside of here. It didn't install the other one? Or didn't put it into its own directory? What the fuck did you do? What the fuck did you do? Hold on a second, what the fuck did you do? Investigating error, why did you rewrite this entire thing? So much for basic usage, I guess. What the hell? No, I'm gonna reject these changes. Actually, I'll hit keep for now. I just want to figure out the import errors, and then I'll go back and make the script, because the script is honestly easy. But yeah, cd into examples, run this. This is correct, right? This is within the correct. Yeah, okay, the changes did apply. Run this. Boom. And copy the full error traceback if the script fails. Paste it here. Copy the full error. Wait for the debug UI to show proceed. then click it. Do not type done. Wait, what? Wait for the debug to show proceed button. My proceed button's gone. Oh well, fuck it. I'm not exactly sure how to use this still. If it wasn't obvious, I'm kind of a noob. Copy the full error message. Trace back. Starting imports. BTS failed. I'm just gonna hit proceed. Welcome back, MacTig. It is going off. Because what is inside my Prime Project Toml? It should just be the VTube-py folder. I'm not sure. It's not like, wait, setup.py is default. We don't have to specify subdirectories to include, do we? I don't think so. That would be dumb. For Python at least, that would be dumb. Reinstall the package using pip install from the root directory. cd back into examples, try again. cd dot. Also, I want to check, what did it change? It turned them into relatives.
Roberto Martinez Live is now following.
Thank you for the follow, Roberto. Why did it change to this? From error dot dot. I'm gonna undo all of this and I'm gonna figure it out myself because I don't want it to fuck up any of this stuff. In fact, actually, git status. I'm going to add all of these changes to a head before I destroy something. Git add examples and VTube-py status. Git commit -m add client logic. Add client class with or implement initial client class. Whoops, I forgot to put parentheses around this. There you go. Now we can destroy this as much as we want. Git stash. I don't like using stash because it's so easy to accidentally overwrite a stash. And if I overwrite the stash after all of this work, I would be pissed. I could have used a work tree, but at the same time, like, it's not necessary. I'm already done these changes, right? I'm just making some additional changes on top of it. And if I don't like them, or if I like them, then I can just amend the previous commit, and that's fine. So, cd, back to the main, we pip install -- force reinstall dot. Hopefully our VTube-python package will be updated inside of our virtual environment. I can confirm that if I check the folder and the entire folder structure is there. So moment of truth, it still didn't do it. What the hell? Successfully installed, because like I need to build this, but it's not doing it correctly. Maybe because I already have these eggs here and this build. Let me delete the build. And let me delete the egg. And let's try force reinstalling. Because I feel like it might be trying to reinstall from the cached builds already. Because it's the same version number. Which wouldn't make sense because it's installing the new files and not picking up data or error. But here we go. That should have changed. If I check VTube-python, still not right. What's up here? I mean, this got added correctly. This is there. This is there. What is wrong with this? Import data and error. But data is not being added correctly. YouTube exceptions. Okay, hold on. Let me reference another
Limit gave your
repository.
husband 10k channel points, now I only got 150k. I am getting poorer, lol.
You're getting poorer. Thank the Lord you're getting poorer. Alright, let me reference some existing projects to see what is going on. Let me, what? Oh god, please don't. Please don't.
Check chat.
Check chat? Which chat? Twitch chat or Gen chat? I'm assuming Twitch chat. Can I be VIP? I'll put that in the backlog. Let's check out OpenAI Python, for example. How do they create theirs? Because it's under source.
Did I hear pipe log?
Oh god, please no. We're talking about Git now? Oh god, what do you have to say about Git? I just wanted to see... Oh my god. Main, no. I just wanted to see how they're constructing their packages because mine is not constructing properly. I mean, it looks like the same. All things considered, it's the same, but I don't understand why mine isn't coming up. Maybe PyProject Toml, PyProject Toml. What is up with you? Dependencies? No. Actually, what was inside of source OpenAI? We have what directories? Utils, CLI. Oh my god. Can I be a very unimportant person? You may be a very unimportant person.
Have you tried git commit fraud?
No, and I do not want to be I don't not want to commit fraud right now. What the fuck? What do you mean git commit fraud? Don't give MacTig any ideas, please. Children, close your ears. Dependencies. Sound device, manage, dev dependencies. Build system. Include. Oh, but this is using a different build system. Basically,
Okay,
everything
have you
except
instead tried
files.
git commit m legal loophole?
No. No, I haven't. I can't say I ever have. Okay. You know what? You know what? I'm gonna give it this. Or actually, I'm gonna say hold on. Packages, setup tools. I typed package data. I'm gonna start a new conversation, and I'm gonna ask it based on my pyproject.toml. Why is my subdirectories under VTube-py not being included when I pip install dot? Because it's not fraud. Yeah, but like, I don't know what the fuck that does. What the hell is this? What the hell is this? Find... What is the point of this? I changed it to use find, which automatically discovers all packages including sub-packages. Sure. I'll trust you. Never doubt the AI. The AI has never done us wrong. Installing collected packages VTube-python. This seems so sus, I am not gonna lie. Okay, sure. If we check out .vm now, and specifically VTube-python, we don't even have it. Oh wait, no we do, it's right here, I'm dumb. This did not work. Pip uninstall VTube-python. What? Oh. VTube-python. Yes. Uninstall that. And if I check again, VTube-python... Why is VTube-python still here? Hello? What? Python. Can I get info on my Python? This is correct. Usage. Inside of main VM Python. This is correct. Why the fuck is it not uninstalling? Hello? VTube-python. It's right here. Like, what? What are we doing? BTPY. Fuck this package manager, man. Clearly right here. I'm gonna delete these. Inside of build, what do we have? Lib, VTS init. This isn't even right either. Oh, you know what it is? I'm gonna create a source folder. And I'm gonna put all of my stuff into there. Source, VTube-py, move all of that shit in there. think this should be fine. I think this should be fine. From there, import that. From VTube-python data comment, import that. From dash. No, this is going to be from dot all of these. Import those. And then over here from dot error, import that. This is going to be from dot import error. That and from VTS. Okay. Pip install dot. Installing build dependencies. Okay. It looked a little better. Wait, stored in directory. Created a wheel for VTube-python inside of... Oh, you know, it might be doing this inside of here. Unless if I hit force reinstall, I need to change that. Hold on. We have... Where the fuck is it? Where is my virtual environment, man? UV pip install dot. Is it because I've been... Oh my god, wait. It might have been because I've been managing this the entire time with UV and it never picked it up. Yes, here we go. Oh my god, it still didn't fucking work. What? Why is this... What? That's not even correct. That's not even correct. Where did the dot go? Oh my god. This is include. That's not the actual package. The package is... Oh my god. Why can't I remember how to do this? I have something similar for this before, I think. What am I using to build? What am I using to build? Setup tools? Setup tools? Where the fuck is setup tools? Tool.setup tools. Yeah, setup tools. Okay, setup tools, setup tools. ChatGPT. I am trying to build my packet and install my package. What should my Pi project .toml look like to use setup tools to install, to build and install the package under source/VTS and all its subdirectories included. Build backend, build metadata. Project is, yeah, package directory. Let's just copy you. package directory. I need to actually learn PyProject toml at some point. Like, I learned it very briefly, but it's like, it's not something I do often, so I just don't keep it in the back of my mind. Packages find. Okay, maybe this is the secret sauce right here. Okay, uv pip install dash dash force reinstall. Okay, okay. Now let's see, what do we have? Pi, VTube Studio, VT. Oh, it's not here. Why is it not here? VT. Oh! Where include VTS star. This finds VTS, VTS subpackage, finds any deeper subpackages, requires init, pi, no setup pi required. Can be installed with pip install dot. Optional, but both, but common additions, pi typed. Include package data equals true. This is not going to do anything. Why the fuck does this not work? Oh.
Limit, you need to catch up on chat.
Brother, I need to fucking debug this, because once this is done, I am done. Chat can wait. Yun, just sit there, I'll be home soon. What the fuck? Why does this not work? Lib, VTube-py, the build, like none of this is working correctly as it should be. Get rid of this fucking egg. Get rid of the pie cached. What do we have in here? Sure, okay. Force reinstall. Rotor. Please, please, please. Why is it not installing, man? The PyProject.toml is wrong again. Okay, I'm pulling up one of my previous projects, and I'm gonna see if maybe that has the answer to it. Projects, old. Component stuff.
Have you considered looking at a package that works, and asking ChatGPT what the difference is that makes one work and the other not?
Yes, I'm looking at them, but I can't... I'm looking at them, but I still can't tell the difference. And it's not giving me the right answers to that either. Hold on, not MCP. We have a project that I made before as a package. Ah yes, JAISON gRPC. PyProject toml.
Have you also considered ermrf asterisk?
Yeah, totally. Let me just do that really quick. No preserved root too, right? That's essential. Fuck, bro, where the hell? I specifically opened this file. Where is it? There we go. Okay, this is my old gRPC one. I used hatchling for this one. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna use hatchling as well for this one. I prefer hatchling. We'll use hatchling and... No, there was nothing else here. What the fuck? There's literally nothing else here. Are you serious? Inside of here... Sure. I think that might be it. Okay. I'm gonna come over here. Maybe it'll be smart and actually sort it out for me. Did they use Hatchling for OpenAI as well? I don't see Hatchling anywhere.
I can confirm that no preserve root is optional when doing ermrf. Asterisk, your system won't work afterwards anyway.
Yeah, but it's still recoverable. That's the problem. Let me get our setup tools. And maybe this will work. I don't have a setup pi, so I'm just gonna delete setup pi. This is useless anyways. And Hatchling. Yes, okay, this is their build system. They have Hatchling, and this is their Hatchling. I'm gonna copy their Hatchling stuff. I'm gonna copy and paste all of their Hatchling stuff. If it's good enough for them, it's good enough for me. Of course, we need to modify this though. We can't just take it as is. I'm gonna add this on the very top here. Okay, so we're including source star. Yes, this is going to be VTube-py. That's the wheel. Tool hatch. Yes. MyPy, no X, bin, example, source test.
Not
yes.
really. It'll delete all your disk content while leaving root intact. You can also do bin, and have a write and append only system keepo.
Okay. I swear no preserve root, just like... okay, that's for like deleting Python, not Python, Linux from the root, no? I guess we don't really need it for if we're just deleting this entire repository anyways. Okay, fancy py readme, do we actually use that? Are we gonna use that? No, I am probably just gonna get rid of that. Yeah, because we don't need this extra documentation stuff. Fuck it. When we're feeling fancy, we'll add it back in. But please, for the love of God, just install properly now. Come on. I believe in you, Hatchling. You're the superior one. Okay, I see it already. It just works. It just works.
No preserve root is for deleting the root. Asterisk is not included in that, which is dumb, but it is the way things work.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense. But look, we have it installed. All we had to do is switch to Hatchling and say fuck setup tools, because honestly, who the hell uses setup tools in 2025? Now we can go back to examples, and run our... Oh, right, our basic fucking usage got absolutely bashed to hell by the fucking AI. Let me just delete this and let's create a new one. Using my VTuber-python package, create a example script in example/basic usage.py. Yes. That connects to VTube Studio at port 8001, authenticates, and gets the VTube Studio stats. That's all we need. And then I'll go back in, I'll edit the script again, and then we can finally test it. So you just wait for this to finish up its example. Very good. Stop planning your next move. You're already done. Come on. Check for linting errors. No linting errors. Keep. Okay. So I can already tell from VTube-python I want to import this error, and I want to accept VTube Studio request error. Yeah. VTube Studio request error. And then we close out of here if it is connected. Get out of here. It looks very different from before, but you know what? Good enough. As attribute, we don't care about this because we already have exception handling for that down below, and it should throw that. This should have nothing inside of it. We access this port. We're not going to save the token. And basic usage example developer. All of this should be fine, right? Yes, all of this should be fine. Now, if we run Python basic usage, this should run. Well, looks like we got some debugging to do. Sick. Message type has no available models request. Huh? VTube-python data should be under common. Message type. Message type away. Oh, wait, what's it called? Available model request. Huh. It didn't have anything for available model. Available models, yeah, okay. I wonder what else it missed, because, okay, let me see. There were 38, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. We're missing some requests here. Oh my fucking god, bro. What requests are we missing? The AI had one job and it couldn't even do it right. My god. We have. I'm gonna say request data. And we're gonna see what we're missing. So, we should have permission, authentication, token, statistics, VTuber folder info, current model request, available, I just added that, model load, request, model load request, model move request, hotkeys, in current model request. This motherfucking thing. Hotkeys in current model request and response, yes. Hotkey trigger, expression state, expression activation, art mesh stuff, art mesh list, art mesh, color tint, scene color, base found, input parameter, parameter, live 2D, parameter creation. Parameter creation, this motherfucking thing. Parameter creation request. And deletion. And inject. Inject. Get current model request. Set current model. Wait. Get current model request? What the fuck? Is this part of... Current model, this is... Get current model... Oh, I mistyped this. Okay, whoops, this is supposed to be physics. 1, 2... 3...
Would you ever consider writing C++?
I've written my own operating system in C before from scratch for a Raspberry Pi in order to do traffic control stuff. So it's not a matter of what I consider, I've already done it before. Would I main C++ though? That's the question. Probably not. I would probably main a different typed language if I wanted to. Just for like, I don't know, better memory safety. But I guess C++ has better memory safety nowadays. Especially with like smart pointers and all that. What's this? Physics. Physics. Get current model. Physics. Physics. This is meant to be physics, and this is also meant to be physics. There you go. Did I fuck up the other ones as well? No, I didn't. I just fucked up that one. Okay. This is meant to be physics. Why the fuck is it doing that? Physics, physics. Physics, physics. There we go. But do I have physics in here? Stuff to do with physics. I know I have a section for physics, right?
That's fair. Yeah, C++ got a lot better, but it still lacks some safeties here and there. Unfortunately, those things are still up to the programmer to properly use.
Exactly, and when they go wrong, it's like very hard to detect in a lot of edge cases as well. Which is why I wouldn't main C++ for making products, because one, it's super slow to fucking develop anything, and with like security in mind at least. Get current model. I also want to set current model stuff, and is that it? Request data. Set current model NDI. We have NDI stuff there. Items, 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 items. Item list. Item load. Item unload. Item animation. Item move. Item sort. Man, the amount of things this AI missed is kind of insane. Kind of egregious. This is unacceptable. You're fired. Art mesh selection request. Art mesh selection request and response. Item pin. Item pin stuff. Post processing. Post processing. Yes, there we go. Oh my god. It actually missed so much stuff here. It's insane. We don't have a test endpoint, do we? Yeah, we don't have a test request. So get that out of here. Okay. Let's try that again. cd ... uv pip install -- force.
I still am searching for a language that is as
install
expressive as C++ or better, but also allows me to write compilable code that's fast. I also don't want to reinvent std vector every time for new data.
Maybe you might be one of the Rust bros. I never used Rust myself, or at least like beyond the Hello World tutorials, so I can't really speak on how good it is of a replacement for C++, but I feel like the consensus online, correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm just misremembering things, but isn't it like the memory safe version of C++? with a few extra features that might work better or worse comparatively. This seems to be fine now. CD examples, Python basic usage. Fuck. Rust sounds interesting, but I want a job. That is true. Why are there so few? I guess there's like, in terms of general developer positions, there's a very much a lack of focus of, I guess, lower level languages like Rust, C, and C++ and all of that. That is true. Because like most of the time, I guess that's just me and the jobs that I look at. Most of the jobs are always like, oh, you need to know languages in general. You need to know Ruby. You need to know Python. You need to know JavaScript. But never is it ever like C, C++, Rust, or like the other compiled lower level languages. Also, message type has no object, model load response. Brother, oh my fucking god. Model load response. Message type has no attribute, model load response. Current model, model load. It's right here! It's right here! Auto load request response. Oh my fucking god. Oh no. The AI! Autocomplete failed me. Model load request response. How did you fail this? How did you fail this? Oh, please don't tell me they're all gonna be like that. Okay. Okay. No, that looks fine. It might have just been that one hiccup. Because the rest of them seem okay. Seem okay. Okay. I think this is fine. Fine, fine, fine. CD dot dot. Oh my god. UV pip itself force reinstall. CD examples. Basic usage. Parameter create request. What the fuck? What is it called? Creation request. One, two, three, creates. Creation. I'm going to keep these as creations and turn these into creation. Creation. I'll read chat in just a second. Creation. Save, please, for the love of God, save. I think that depends on your location. There is a decent amount of C and C++ here. I mean, I guess it also depends on it depends on the type of job you're looking for, right? A lot of newer roles wouldn't be focused on that, but older companies or things focused on lower level would be, I guess. And it's also like, I don't know, it's just job market's density. More jobs would be focused on products and creation of products, which would be mostly JavaScript and stuff, and not so much like desktop applications using C# and stuff like that. But I guess there are cases there. But the density is definitely much higher towards the easier entry languages and the more popular languages like JavaScript and Python. Oh my god! Delete request. Change this to deletion request. My god. And same with response. How many more errors are we gonna get here? Love of fucking god. cd dot dot. I'm gonna make this into one giant script. cd dot dot. Then do this. No. Then uv pip install -- force reinstall dot. Then do that. Ampersand is not allowed. Fuck, what do I use? I use a control enter. Ah, shit. Or a shift enter. Yes, there we go. Okay. What? Oh, right. This needs to be examples. Okay. What? Parameter deletion? Did you mean parameter deletion? What? How are they different? Oh my god. Parameter. Change this to parameter. Fucking hell. Oh, and I mistyped it here as well. Parameter. Replace this with parameter. I can't spell. On God, on God. I mean, to be fair, how much of this did I have to type? There was a lot that I had to type out. Oh my god. Animation control request? Where did this come from? Item animation control request? Is this actually what it's called? VTube Studio. Is this actually what it's called? Item animation control. God. Who's naming this? Denji's off! Oh my god. Request. Fuck. Item animation control request. This is just supposed to be a request. And a request here. What am I doing? Okay, save all of that. The fucking music has stopped. Oh my god, we've been here for so long. What is that? Item animation control. What? Alright, item animation is what it's called. This needs to be control. And we also need to make edits inside of... Fuck, we need to make edits inside of VTube Studio.py to fix these. Oh my... Okay, where are you? Post processing. Okay, it was item animation, was it? Yes, item animation. I guess we'll see linting errors wherever we have those problems, which is nice. What do you mean item animation control data is not found? Is it because I fucking love Python. I fucking love Python. Where is it? Inside of requests. You come all the way up to the top here, and I believe we need to edit this part. Yes, because they are wrong. Anything else we need to edit here? The shins are here. Okay. Inside of request. No. VTube Studio, we have some things we need to fix. Get rid of you. Up next. Get current model response. Oh, okay. What is wrong with you? Get current model. Get current model request. Get current model physics. Oh, okay. Does it get current model physics? Physics. This should be physics. What? Get current model physics. What? What is it called? Get current model physics. Get current model physics. Get current model physics. Get current model physics response. But it says it's wrong. Defined. But it is. Get current model stuff. Get current model physics. Data. Get current model. Oh, it's called mode. Oh my god. Oh my god. Kill me. End me. I hate typos. Okay. Come on. Oh. What is this? Mini conda. I'm not using conda. Request import. Special ID. Class is enum. Where is this? Inside of requests. Request, aren't we importing enum? Where the fuck is this coming from? Get out of here. We're importing enum. Type error. Enum sort data cannot extend in another. Okay. Okay, fair point. Fair point, honestly. Item split point. Fair point. Fair point. Okay, I'm gonna restart the music. We've hit the last installment of Study with Miku once again. It has reached those hours. Yay! 6 Study with Miku Part 4 this week. Wow. Wow. What is this? Modified? Changed? Oh my god. What is it called in VTube Studio? Modified? Where are you? Modified versus changed. Event. No, not event. No, not request. What am I looking for? Model modified. Oh, this would be here. Would it be modified? It's changed. Okay, changed. Inside of events. Modified. Okay, yeah, this should be changed. No! What do you mean we don't have a model outlined event? Event type. Model outlined event. Oh, I actually didn't make a model outlined event. What am I doing? What the fuck? I don't want to deal with these pedantic models again. There's no way, man. Model, config, modified event, sub, model, config. Oh, right, because inside of VTube Studio, the API has changed. Parameter, deletion response is non-existent. Oh, right, because it's spelt wrong. You're all spelt wrong. Parameter. This one needs to be changed. This one, what the fuck is it? Needs to be spelled correctly. Yes, okay. Come on. Come on. How many more problems? Imports are fine? Okay. Watch this. Okay. We have our plugin authenticating with us right now. If I hit accept, allow, allow. Why did it double allow? And then we had an error or something. What happened here? Failed to connect to VTube Studio. Input should be a message type of input inject parameter data response. What? No. Where the fuck is this coming from? Inside of requests, how many definitions of these do I have? Why the fuck is this? Authentication request. No, authentication response. Why the fuck is this authentication response data? Huh? Oh, I probably forgot to rename that. That's why. Okay. And so it overwrote the previous... Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. So that's why it double prompted for the token? Wait, is that true? Yeah, that's why it double prompted for the token. Because it's trying to get a new token, right? So if I run this again... Come on, come on. This is going to be inspirational. Allow. Allow. Okay, well, we fucked up. Error data message. Field required missing. Authentication token. Huh? Oh. I might have set the wrong field during authentication. Request authentication. Where's... Request authentication. This has data. What is my data? My data is specified up there, right? I need, yes, okay. Authentication token. This gets a token using all of that, but then inside of authenticate, we're passing the authentication token. What the fuck? Input value, authentication token, something like that. What? What is the problem here? Oh my god. Okay, connected, failed to connect, 3 validation errors in authentication response. missing authentication token, and input value. What? Type missing input value authentication token, which is this. What am I missing here? Field required. Type missing. Authenticate. Oh, I'm missing the authenticated parameter. Okay, this is telling me what's missing. So from request we have... what, shouldn't have responded though? Maybe you need to debug harder. I just don't understand my own error messages. Okay, where is authentication? Authentication, when we authenticate, we only get this. So why the fuck is this appearing inside of my authentication request? Hello? Authentication token request. The data is just authentication token. Yeah. So what the fuck is going on here? What's wrong? It's saying the response data. Authentication. Oh. That would explain it. Okay. Yeah, I'm constructing using the authentication request as opposed to the authentication token request or whatever, right? This should be, no, this one's fine. The one that I need to fix up is this one where, no. Response equal to authenticate token. This one takes this and takes back a token. What's wrong with you? What the fuck is going on? Authentication response is getting back the token for some reason. Like my data models are correct. I don't know what the fuck is going on here. Just making the request, send a message using this request. Data. Token data. Oh, you know what it probably is? Where is my basic usage script? I think the AI might be doing something wrong here. Start, localhost, save, auth. No, it's not doing anything wrong. It's not doing anything wrong. These files are so big. God. Authenticate token response. Okay. Because it's failing, because it's getting authentication token. I wish my logs were better. I should not have left the log into the AI. Okay, when we hit start... we try authenticating. We don't have an auth token, so we have to pass in... So we have to skip all of this, and we have to get it from here instead. Inside of here... Oh, we don't need these actually. We get the self plugin name, all of that stuff. Authentication token data takes into request data, yes. If I click on this, this is just these. That is correct. Yes, that is correct. That is correct. The response is authentication token. That should be it. Yes. And then if there is a problem with that, then we throw an error. Okay, once we get that, we have to authenticate using the returned token. Using the returned authentication token. That is my auth token now. Auth token's there. Auth file is still none. Also, we authenticate with all of that. Authentication token request. Or authentication request data. Authentication request. We send this off. Although we should probably just keep it like this and say request authentication and pass in this instead. Yes. And I get rid of this. Is that how I did it before as well? Yes. We don't even need this here. They should make it as easy as possible for us here. Let's try this again. What are you working on right now? This is called debugging. This is when everything goes wrong and you have to try
What are
your
you doing
best to
today?
fucking salvage
Continue the work
everything.
from yesterday?
Yes, yes, yes. We're basically done. I'm just trying to debug this thing right now. So like, what the fuck is wrong with this thing? Failed to connect to VTube Studio. Request token takes 1, but it's given 3. Oh. Request authentication token. This was given extra stuff that it doesn't need. Try again. Please, for the love of God, just work. Oh. Okay. Allow. Double allow. Great. Why is it doing this? I don't understand why it's doing... Okay, where the fuck is it? Where are my logs? Why are my logs so crap? Why didn't it pass the exception thing? Logger. Or logger. Logger, connect to there. Whenever we get an error, please tell me what the error is. Exception info equals true. Same with all of these. Exception info equals true. Error. I'm gonna say logger.error. Boom. 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 Okay. Try this again now. Give me some proper fucking error logs. Thank you, please. It would be much appreciated. Allow, double allow, that's broken. Okay. Where's this going wrong? It's not telling me where it's going wrong. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Field required, missing, authentication token inside of response data, like authentication response data response. It's being done here inside of authentication response like it's supposed to be. Why the fuck is this? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you... Oh, this game sucks ass. Why is inject parameter thingy so scuffed? I swear I just defined you earlier. Oh my god, no! Swear to god, if that was the entire error, I would be fuming. I would be fuming if that's the entire error. Since you're debugging, does that mean you're almost done? Yes, that means I'm almost done. Oh my fucking god. Inject parameter data response. Hello? Why is it not here? This is horrible. At least once this is over, I'll never have to do this. Is just a one-off fucking cost that needs to be expended. One-time cost mental expenditure. God. Allow, this is gonna be broken. What's wrong? Oh, I don't know what's wrong. I don't know what's wrong with you. Logger.error. I mean, we already did it for all of them, right? What about you? I'm using logger. Import logging. Logger is equal to, yeah, wherever we have print, we're gonna have logger.info, and then inside of here we're gonna have error. Like, the AI just never uses exception info true, bro. There, are we good? Are you gonna tell me what's wrong now? Yes, I will give Jaggies her emote maker role in a moment. In a moment. When this is successful. Because watch this. Oh my god. Okay, we got an error. Where the fuck is this coming from? Authenticate. Inside of VTS, self-authenticate, Control G, line 158. Oh. What? Inside of 158, where's 158? 158. Here, self-authenticate. There's a problem here. There was a problem earlier as well, no? 158. The first one failed. It would obviously come down to here. And inside of here is where we get the error. Self-authenticate. Self-authenticate. Why is my console like this? Trace back inside of start. We have a connection error to VTube Studio. Connection error to VTube Studio. Failed to connect to VTube Studio. due to the start script there. The above was a direct result of the following. What the hell is this? Inside of authenticate. The joys of debugging. The joys of debugging. Okay, here we go. Authenticate, it's wrong. Inside of authenticate, self-request authentication, request authentication, self-send request inside of validate Python at 3:30. The fuck? What the fuck? There's a bug in somewhere in this code. I know there's a bug in this code somewhere. Response data. I'm debugging this.
Emote roll PLZ, sir.
Yes,
I left the party
yes.
a bit ago.
I will do it in just a moment. Just let me finish this. Just let me finish this. I'm so fucking close. I swear to God. I swear to God. Please. Where the fuck is it? Why isn't it showing me the fucking run lines? Oh my God. This fork is ass. Okay, response data. We got this first one with the authentication token. Message type authentication token response. Inside the data, we have authentication token. That's the authentication token of the very first one. Why is this getting called? Why is this getting called 2 times in a row? It should not be getting called 2 times in a row. When we call authenticate or start, we call underscore authenticate. Underscore authenticate should not be trying to get a token. Why is this trying to get a token? Authentication request, self-authentication request. This is authentication request data. Authentication request data. So we send the authentication request. This gets the authentication request and awaits for authentication response. When we send this, this is a... What is the data here? Wait a second. Is the data? No, the data is... We created this data. We created this data, authentication request data. A send request, send request. Request model dump JSON. Request. 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 Logger.critical, sending this, yes, debug, yes, okay. Why the fuck is this? I hate debugging so much. Sending this request. This is authentication token request with the plugin info plugin developer, perfect. Next, sending this request. We're sending the authentication token request. Why are we sending the authentication token request? Oh! Oh! Wait. Authentication, this dumbass, probably, request, is using the wrong enum. So... I love this game. I love AI coding. I love vibe coding. This vibe coding is the best. Vibe coding. When has vibe coding ever done us wrong? Vibe coding is incredible. What the fuck is wrong with you? No such file or directory? Oh, when you're using AI to code. That's what vibe coding is. Input should be... We're so close, but the validation is wrong. No, Mactic, if you want that to happen, then nothing's ever getting done. What the fuck? Error ID. Data error ID. Data should be one of those. Authentication
You
token.
being reliant on I makes you a worse person than me, and that says a fuck ton.
Brother, what the fuck did... I'm not even reliant on AI. This is literally the first time I fucking coded with AI on fucking stream. Like, oh my god, bro. This is actually rage bait. This is rage bait. What the fuck happened here? Validation error, validation error. These were fine.
And once you started, you have been using it for everything.
Brother, nah, this is rage bait. I am not listening to this. This is actually rage bait. Okay, that failed because there's an authentication request already going through. If I click accept here... Let's go! Let's fucking go! There it is! There it is! Oh my fucking god.
Says the man who's using I.
There it is. Oh my fucking god. Get rid of these logging criticals. Logger.critical. Critical inside of VTube Studio. We're getting rid of debug statements. And we're pretty much done. Can I make this look a little bit nicer at the very least? Oh my fucking god. Well, at the very least, okay. We'll also make another one, another example script that shows the usage of WebSockets. Okay, I need to replace all of these logger infos. Logger.info with prints. And same with the logger.error. I'm going to replace these all back again with prints now that I'm done debugging. Honestly, I probably should have just used the Python debugger. That probably would have saved me a lot of effort. But it is what it is. It is what it is. Okay, this should be authenticated. We run, boom. There we go. Is the output nice for the people to use as an example script? Successfully authenticated. We got a token, blah, 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 blah. Requesting VTube Studio statistics. We got nice statistics here. This is correct. Loaded plugins 4. Do we actually have 4 loaded plugins? Hold on. Let me check. Do we actually have 4 loaded plugins? I don't think so. Oh, allowed plugins. Okay, yeah. I think I should be able to edit that somewhere. Where is it? Remove plugins, plugin config and permissions. Yes, okay. Yes, this is correct. I have 4 different authenticated ones, right? We got my example one up here. I got my 2 that I used previously for JEI since Hawk here. And I have one for my Twitch model here for all of the redeems and stuff. So that's good. This is good. Let's make a new script now as well. I'm going to create a new script called this events.usage.py. And in this one, what are we going to have this one do? inside of events usage.py, use my VTuber-py library to connect to VTube Studio on port 8001 and listen for events model moving events. Okay, write me the script. Gripping, sure. Read VTube Studio.py between those lines, sure. Creating the example script to connect to VTube Studio, the lesson for model moving events, okay. We'll see what it does, we'll code review it once it finishes. Okay. Gonna do some linting tests, sure. So basically what I'm hoping that it has created is it authenticates as per usual a new example plugin, and then it will subscribe to the model moving events. Then it'll enter a loop. No, it won't enter a loop. It'll hold the current task and let the background event processors run. So every time I move a model, it will print out inside of the handler, it'll print out that the model has moved to this position. And then once we hit Control-C, then it'll do all the cleanup and stuff. So let me hit keep. Let's see what we have here. Okay, on model move, it'll get the event for model moved event, perfect, which will take the data and position and print all of that out. Perfect, that's a good handler. Now we connect. Let me actually rename this to example plugin. So that way it's consistent across these, and example developer. And connect to VTube Studio. Yes, this is correct. Just like before, it's referencing that one. Good. On event, model move, we attach that. Correct. We're creating a new subscription request. And no, this shouldn't be done. We don't need to do this because on event should already handle this for us. Right? No, that just adds it. Right. Events usage. So that just adds it. We need to listen to this. This needs additional information here. This needs not the model ID. What are we looking for? Well, actually, no, this is fine, right? Because this is, yeah, we're subbing to model move specifically. And so inside of events, there's nothing to configure here, so that is fine, actually. We're configuring for that.
Limit, why don't you make your 2D model in dark mode XDD?
Because that would make me black, and that is blackface. Therefore, that is morally wrong. And I just shouldn't do that, you know? Whiteface acceptable. Don't get me canceled, please. Is instance, yeah, we don't need to worry about this. We just have to let it run in the background. await async IO events dot wait. Wait indefinitely, correct. And then we stop on a keyboard interrupt. Okay, so we'll print out print listening. Oh my god.
Shut up.
Okay,
Shut up.
buddy. You shut up. You shut up. Listening for model move events. Press Control C to stop. Yes, there you go. And all of that should be fine now. So, let's run events usage now. Okay. We need to authenticate. Allow. Okay, we got an error. What happened here? 4 validation errors in event subscription response. That's no good. Out of event. Input should be no. I know authentication works properly now at least. Might be something to do with this. Then on model moved event, model move subscription response. We got a VTube Studio request error, possibly. Authentication error. Message type. Input should be message type event subscription response. What the fuck happened here? Event subscription inside of VTS. We have model moved. This takes the config as per normal. Subscription request. Subscription request is model moved event. This is fine. Do you ever do gaming streams or just coding? I do a lot of gaming streams. It's just that right now I've been more focused on trying to get this done. Because this is kind of important to me. I'm confused why this is not correct. Event subscription response, the message type. Oh, the message type.
Then why do you use dark mode in VS Code? Go light mode to hit all with a flashlight. The dark mode is the modern choice. Lul lul @miley 1 kitty.
Okay. I'm not trying to get fucking flashbanged while I work on this. Model move. Event type. Is this not right? I swear this is supposed to be the model moved event. No, what? No, that's not right. The subscription back will give back a event subscription response at the very top somewhere here. Event subscription response, which contains this message type. And I think we aren't using that correctly back here because event subscription response. We are waiting for the event subscription response. Validation error inside event subscription response for the message type. Subscription response, event subscription response. What the fuck is it then? Event subscription should be request and event subscription response. Let me whip out the debugger. Let me try and use the debugger for the first time ever. I've never used this fucking thing before, at least for Python. Let's try and figure out how to do this. Our problem is with inside of VTS here, we are trying to modified, moved. I'll put the breakpoint here. So run and debug. I'm going to use the Python debugger using Can I run a command to do this instead? Debug the currently active Python file? No, that's not what I want to do. If I want to do that, then I'd run this one. Python debugger. Debug this one. Is this in the correct repository? Yes, it is. Okay, perfect. Connecting to host. Allow. It failed before then. What? But I put a breakpoint here. What the fuck? An event subscription response. Authentication error. 4 errors in this message. Input should be, but got the literal error. Input API error. Wait, my fucking API thing is wrong? Request ID message type data. Because this should be the request. Message type of request. Maybe I did something wrong with you. Subscription request, event subscription request, that's correct. Inside of data, we have the event name. Event name, subscribe and config. Oh, I forgot subscribe in all of them, didn't I? Event name, yeah, that's correct. But we need... Fuck! Okay, that might be a problem. Actually, no, it's not going to be a problem. Subscribe. This is a bool. And by default, I'll have this as true. And I'll put in my to-do options for unsubscribing from events. To-do options for methods for unsubscribing, unsub events. Right. For now, we just have it so we only subscribe, and that's fine. Connect. No connection was made because it actively refused it? Huh? What the fuck is going on? What's the inspo for your VTuber model? Beetle as well? No. Not everything is a Beetle inspo around here. And the VTuber model is just a VTuber model. The one behind me I got off Etsy for 7 cents, and I literally just got it for testing purposes. My current one, you already know the story. I just made it in 15 minutes while I was waiting for VTube Studio to install. Why the fuck is this events usage? Okay. Allow. Why the fuck is it? Oh, I forgot to reinstall it. Do that again. Run new, connecting, allow, disconnected. What went wrong here? Message type once again is wrong. It should be event subscription, but I got API error. Bro, why is it not stopping at my breakpoint? I have the breakpoint here. You know what? You know what? I'm gonna also put a breakpoint on send message. Where's send request? Send request. We'll put a breakpoint right there, and we'll try again. So allow. It's disconnected, bro. Am I doing something wrong? You're on the old debugging start code. You need to press start again. Old debugging code. You need to press to start again. I misread something. Okay. Wow. I don't know why it's not stopping. Okay, you know what? I don't know how to use this thing. I'll learn another day. Another way we can do this more easily actually would be to just put logging statements. So logging dot or logger dot critical. Sending request. Debug. Alright, what's the problem here? I need to do this one. For 6 hours, holy. I don't even know how long I've been streaming now, because my... Oh, it's 1:20. I have work tomorrow morning. This was supposed to be done by now. But these fucking bugs are... These logs are terrible. Send request. That one was... Wait. This one was fine. Authenticated successfully. Registering handler. Subscribing model movements. Sent request. Using event subscription request. Event name. Model moved events. Is this correct? I'm stupid! I'm actually stupid! Guys, I want to see something cool. Event name is supposed to be in data. Event name is supposed to be in data. This is supposed to be in data. My entire... All of my data models are wrong. All of my data models are wrong. They're wrong for events. Oh my god, I misread it so hard. How? How did I pull that off? Oh my god, man. Thankfully it's just me and 2 other guys in office tomorrow, eh? Everyone's on holiday, eh? I can show up late, eh? My god, what have I done? Are you still alive? Because I have work to do. I actually can't believe it. I can't believe I fucked up this badly. Which means for every single one of these requests, we have to modify it to put this in. and say config is equal to, oh my god.
Why don't you make stream where you look at other stupid code xddd?
Maybe in the future. I don't know how good that would be. I need data. I need Oh, no. Data. God, man, how did I fuck up this badly? How did I fuck up this badly? Yes, exactly. Like, literally, that stream idea is just every one of these streams, okay? Except instead of reviewing other people's code, I'm reviewing my own code and seeing how fucking stupid I am for missing... Because Limit can't read. Limit can't read. I don't know. God.
Brother,
please. I'm at my limit with this shit right now.
Does this work?
Subscribe equals true. Subscribe equals true. Data is equal to this. We have to do this how many times? A fuck ton of times. That's how many times. Oh god, and this needs to be base model. And... response data. I just wanna see my bed. I want this to be over. I wanted this to be over. Why do I have to be so stupid? Data base model. Subscribe is equal to true. And this is data.
Alright, me go to bed. Night chat.
Good night, S16. I hope you sleep well. Better than me, at least. Database model. Yeah. Next. I gotta have to add it to the fucking exports as well. This is great. I'm so glad. I'm so glad I took up this project. I'm so glad I took up this project. This is... yeah, that makes sense. Fix you up, data. Subscribe. Delete. Wait, where did my data go? Data. Woo. Next. Wow, more data. Subscribed. Wow, next. Where are we? Here you are. This is data. Thank God for tab autocomplete, or else I would be blowing my brains out right now. With the most uncomfortable fucking setup in existence. With a double tapping fucking keyboard, the worst table ever. Everything is just shit here. Let me sleep. Let me go to bed. Let me just go to work tomorrow. I just want to go to work. I just want to go to work tomorrow. Okay, last one. Okay, and now we need to add this to every single one. Wherever we see request config, we also need to add this. Wait, no, fuck, bring this back.
I have to add changes to the compiler that is given from university, and it is hell to me. I don't want to look at that, I just waste time on it and no progress. I prefer to work on my iDiscord bot that I may have to add Slack support, and my mentor will make me change the programming language.
Just get the AI to rewrite your compiler and then cry when it gets it all wrong. Yeah. Okay, are we good there? Is there anything else we need to configure for that? Oh fuck, we need to change the construction of them here inside of... No, the event. Oh. You fucking event creation is fucked up here. Oh wait, no, it's actually not that bad. Data. This is all we have to do. And we can use time autocomplete because this is so menial and so simple for it. There's no way it gets it wrong. At least this part is easier because all I have to do is hit tab. Thank the fucking Lord. Oh. Keep going. Come on, you're not done yet. You're almost out of the weeds. Okay, there we go. The rest of that is fine. Alright, event usage. We need to modify your config. Or not the config, we need to modify the data.
Limit, doesn't Boxel have a Twitter with the name Boxel?
I don't fucking know. I don't use Twitter. I'm not gonna ask him about his Twitter.
As the #1 hater, I am the best FRFR.
Yeah, sure you are, buddy. Get this, get the data, and inside of... Where the fuck is the request? Inside of you, subscribe is equal to true, and config is... Sure? Is this even correct? Is this even correct? Model config has absolutely nothing in it. It just hallucinated it. Sick. Okay, this is all. Okay. This has to be it. This has to be it. No model position. Oh. Right,
How to
yes.
tell my mentor that I don't want to refactor my whole working code in other language that may be Python.
You bring up a business proposal, 50 PowerPoint slides, and try your best to convince him. I don't fucking know. That's the best advice that I can give you. Okay, hit accept. Oh? Oh. We have an error, it seems. Input should be model moved event. Literal input. Literal error. Input type string. What? Who's putting in the string? Pydantic error inside of model move event. Instead we got the wait, is that right? Yeah, because we're inputting the string, but it's not automatically converting it, which is annoying. Wait, why is it not automatically converting it? Why is it not automatically converting it? Sent request. One error handling model movement events. Literal error. Input type is a string. Message type. Model move event. Error type message. Model move event. Time VTube Studio. Handle event. Inside of handle event, you get the event type here, and then we validate on this. What's the string? It is a think of it as a sentence or a phrase, just a string of characters, as you would say, or a string of letters. The fuck is wrong with this thing? The fuck is wrong with this thing? Cause like, why is it passing as a literal? It really shouldn't be passing as a literal. Like the other one was completely fine. Maybe is it because events are processed differently? Oh, yes, because events are processed differently. I believe, right? We have base. No. Shit. Use enum vowels. Use enum vowels. True. Oh my god, no, why is it not right then? Why is it not right then? Run it again. So show me the error. What's the error we get? So we successfully log in. We sent model movement subscribe with no config. That's good. We get an error on message type from event. Message type should be that. Inside of VTube, like, why does it not error out for handle message here? Oh, because handle message sends back the result like this. And then, because we're not trying to validate it on here. Right, we're not trying to validate it, but then it gets sent back to, say, like a request one here. And
My Discord bot is on C# and the mentor hates Microsoft. Same, I hate them too, but I like C# and most used to it. I really hope my mentor was joking on making me change language. Zipper mouth face grimace cold sweat smile.
what the fucking emotes? Zipper mouse, grimace face, cold smile, like what the fuck? This is async IO, wait for that. Model validate response data. This works. Response type validate. Response type validate. Response type validate. Versus handle event. This is still event model class dot validate. Model validate event data. Holy shit, man. Oh my god.
Are you on your last section of code before you sleep?
I mean, it all depends. I never know. You'll never know if this really is the last bit. I feel like this is the last bit, but you never know. Okay, we're going to use logger to print again. Critical received event. This is to debug this one. And for the send request, this is to debug this one. Oh my fucking god. Allow. And it's gonna error out. And then we can check right now what the problem was. So we received a response where the message type is just a string, just like it is before. Yes? So we authenticate. Now for this one, authentication request response, then we get back this response. That is correct. It says we are subscribed to model moved event now. Now we have received this event that says model moved event. And we get one validation error. Model moved event, model moved event. Input should be event type dot model moved event, model moved event. But instead got. Am I spelling this wrong? Is there a spelling error in this? There really shouldn't be, because, like. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with this. Because inside of events, data events, my mapping down here, these are the events. And if I go over to model moved events, versus a request, yeah, I don't know why it's not parsing correctly. Base event versus like base response. Compare those in the common. They're like exactly the same. Populate by name. Use enum values. They're both true. So I don't know what the problem here could be. I'm gonna copy paste this to ChatGPT. Hold on. I am trying to construct a identic model with an enum. I am encountering this issue. I specified for the config this. Events, no, common. I specified this. Cursor has been fucking giving me so many errors lately. I don't want to use it for this purpose. Use dot value. It does not change how the input is validated. Message type, pass the enum member, or didactic coerce from the enum value. That's then this should have worked. Oh my god, model moved, because this is my thing. Alright, goodbye, Miyun. What the fuck is wrong with you? Message type, model moved event. Request common. Base event inside of events. Message type, model moved event. No. Yeah. Debug. Why am I getting this error? Oh my fucking god. Failure there. Error handling. Received event. Control L. I don't want you to fucking fix anything. Just tell me why it's wrong. What the fuck is it making? Inside of my events.py. This is not what I asked for. I should have probably done ask. Stop. Undo. Ask. Try this again. Oh, like you can't see this right now, but I'm fucking doing stretches right now to stay awake. Wait, what did it say? Viewing code, checking, noting 2 issues in model moved events. Model moved events. Oh, I forgot the outline one. Yeah, let me add the outline one. Model moved event 422, 422. Model moved event. Event fired. Where should we move it? It doesn't matter. Doc string. These are just doc strings. Who the fuck cares? The terminal selection only shows package versions, not the error. Check for other potential issues. Code structure looks correct. Lines 421, 425 matches the pattern used by other events. Potential causes, validation may need the string value instead of the enum value. Remember. Docstring mismatch. That fucking doesn't matter. If the pydantic validation issue, try changing this to oh my god, man. Model moved event. Model moved event. The stupid compiler that I want to curse. Well, I would have rather had 0 progress just go to bed right now. Like, fuck me. This sucks so much. This actually sucks so much right now. Like, fucking hell, man. What is wrong with this thing? Like, we know the error. I don't want to make a scrappy fucking patch for it without knowing what the actual issue is, because send request did it perfectly fine. It was able to validate the model perfectly fine. But the other one, I don't know why it's messing up so badly. Type model moved event. Let's try loaded. Let's try a different event. I don't want to. Data equals that. Front. Send request. Response equals model validate type. by alias, by name, from attributes, strict context from attributes. Extra, no, strict, no. Handle message, handle event. Event model class. Get from message type. This is a string. We get the event type here in the string, which means it does exist. Otherwise, that would have thrown an error. And then we also have that key inside of there. Yes. Honestly, I'm gonna put a temporary to do figure out why send message works but not this, and requires this patch. I'm just gonna patch it temporarily and get this done with for today. Event data message type is equal to the class, and that's gonna be that. I swear to God, if it's still wrong, I'm gonna be so pissed. What the fuck? Model meta class. Type. Data, events, model. What? Oh, I'm stupid. That's why I was about to fucking crash out. If I accidentally overwrote the event name. If I overwrote the event name somehow with the enum. Okay, there we go. Received event, boom, it moved. If I start moving this around, if I compress this a little bit, raise this up, and if I start moving, boom, you can see we're getting stuff for moving this VTuber model, and you can get the position, all that information, all of that is good. And so you can press Control-C, and we're done. Okay, let's clean up our debugging logs. Hashtag debug. Out of here, get out of here, and get out of here. Anything else we need to make edits to? I don't think so. So, let's add this. We'll make a Pi project thing here. Get status, get add. What are we adding? Add examples, add a VTPy because that got moved, add source because that got moved, add Pi project toml, add setup Pi, add that should be all right. Get status. Things that are left are the things I don't want to add. Okay. Git commit -- amend or -s -- amend. Implement initial client class. Yes. And then before we actually push, I'm going to make a proper, or I'm going to let the AI make a readme. Oh wow, would you look at that? Study with Miku Part 4 ended again. Let's listen to it for a 7th time this week. Oh, I'm gonna go fucking insane. Make a readme for this Python package. Include sections for how to install from this repository or install from PyPy. Anything else? Anything else? Mention the example scripts and include examples of how, or basic examples of how to use this library. And once this is done, I'm gonna push it up. I'm gonna let you guys like beta test this or whatever, and then we'll see. We'll see. Once this has had enough time to like get some testing in, then I'll make a proper announcement. Okay, we'll keep all. Keep all. Okay, type hints, error handling, WebSocket, yeah. Installation, installed by PyPy, pip install VTube-python. Not yet on PyPy. I'll put that. Okay, not yet on PyPy. We can clone, cd into it, pip install, WebSockets. We don't care about the requirements. Quick start. Something like that, yeah. Listening to events, yeah. Example scripts, more examples. Yeah, Shadows can test this. Contributing, yeah. Okay. YouTube Studio documentation. We also have the Discord. I'll pull some of this stuff from Project JIS, and there's also like some neat headers that I want to put in as well that I also have in Project JIS. So let me just go get those. Project JIS, and README inside of cursor. Yes, okay. I want to add this stuff up top into it. I don't know if this is actually there, but let's just include this into here at the very top. Boom, this is for JS and core, but we'll rename this to VTube-python. Yeah. Yeah, okay. What else do we need to do? I'll make a fucking table of contents later on. I need to copy the basic stuff. I'm only gonna include the Discord, because fuck the other stuff, they don't need to care about that. Why am I even... Oh yeah, I need to wrap this around. Okay. We don't need this. We don't need this. YouTube Studio API. Okay. Can I view this on the side? Preview. Open a preview. Thank you. What do I see? Discord, VTube Studio, API documentation, and we have VTube-python. Release? No release? Yes, yes, yes. Okay, perfect. Perfecto mundo. Okay. Git status, git add, readme, git commit -m -s. Oh wait, -s -m. Updated readme.md. Oh, what? Oh, .md. Boom, and git push. Refresh. Wow, it's so beautiful. Isn't it great? Alright, well, I'm gonna post this inside of our Discord and have people try this out before I make any official releases. But if people like Shadows or whoever wants to play around with this and give me feedback on that, this would be very much appreciated. Because once again, I have to reiterate this every single time, this is a project for the community and not just something for myself or some sort of toy project that this is something I want to maintain long term, and I want to have good quality for this one for literally everybody to use. Yes, I am done now, Miyun. Let me make a quick Discord announcement. How the fuck am I gonna do this? How the fuck am I gonna do this? Inside of here, some shit? Maybe? Do I put this in JICE and dev interest? What do I even ping for this? JICE and dev interest? At coding? At... I don't fucking know. At Shadows. Who should I ping? Who should I ping, Shadows? Oh. Do we have GitHub updates? I don't think we have a GitHub role. Oh, we do have a GitHub role. Ain't no way. I didn't even know this. Does anybody have it? I don't know. I literally do not know. I'm gonna just ping JICE and dev interest just in case. But, for... Oh, you know what? Fuck it. Calling all beta testers. I am creating a new Python library for VTube Studio. The hope is for this to become the best integration with VTube Studio on Python, with long-term support from the wider community, including all of you. This is a beta release. I am looking for any and all feedback in terms of code quality and the developer experience. If you are making plugins for VTube Studio, or even integrating your AI VTuber with VTube Studio, please give this a try. Wow. Is there anything else I need to say? Beta release. Any and all feedback in terms of code quality and developer experience. Also, feel free to contribute to this package. This is meant for the community, and something I want all of us to be able to contribute to.
Emote mod me please for ducky emoji.
Yes, I will. Is there anything else I should say? I said give feedback. Any and all feedback. Yes.
Say where to give feedback.
Okay, sure. Should I have them put it in the issues and stuff? For feedback, open an issue on GitHub, and I'll link that. And for contributions, open a PR on GitHub. I'll just post these here. Okay, fine. You know what? I'm just gonna post this. Have fun with that, everybody. I'm gonna close off pull requests and remove that embedding, and oh shit, no. Oh fuck. No, bring it back. Bring it back. I only wanted to get rid of one embedding. Okay, whatever. Jaggies, you're also gonna get your role, but I'll do that off stream. Anyways, linking the contribution MD. Yeah, okay. You know what? Yeah, I'll do that. Anyways, while I do this, I'll give the outro. Thank you so much for coming out today and watching me struggle with this fucking piece of shit. It took a long time to debug this, but we got there eventually, and I'm happy with kind of the result that we came up with today. I'm hoping that even without the documentation in place at the current moment, the implementation is simple enough for people to pick up and get started using, especially from the examples that I've provided. Again, please try and contribute or at least give feedback for this project. I really do want this to last for a long time. But yeah, I'm gonna head to bed now after I give Jaggies her role, and I will see you all maybe on Monday. Monday is Christmas Eve. We'll see what we do. See you next time.